And welcome to Saturday Football Live. I'm joined in the studio by, as always, Des Roach, and I'm delighted to be joined by the SM Media main man himself, Scott McPike. Gentlemen, how are we?
Very well.
I'm very good. Weekend, sun's out, football's back on. So, yeah, let's go, mate. And as mad as it may seem, Scott and I also do a podcast with Steve, and this is the first time we've actually physically met.
No, it's always computer screens in it. It's just life now. It's like you meet somebody and you don't, like you always think, oh, you know them well, and then you realise, I've never actually seen them face to face, but I've just noticed how brown you are.
Oh, Des takes a great colour and all of it.
For people who don't know me, I've got a skin condition and I have to take a tablet for it, so it makes my skin sensitive. So I look as if, when I come home from holiday, I look as if I'm like a lobster.
Des.
Right?
No.
We're going deep here.
I know that you are a Pisbun man that puts the oil on yourself.
No, I don't.
I can't wait. You've just shown us a picture of your son on holiday and he had Pisbun in his hand. We know this.
My son,
Aye.
Listen, I'm factor duffel coat when I go on holiday.
No,
right?
you're not.
So, but I go red, and honestly, folk go, "Oh, you're burnt to a crisp." Honestly, you could scratch it doesn't. But see, within like a couple of days, I go this colour.
It's a beautiful colour, to be fair.
Thanks very much, son. I fancy you myself.
But look, Scott, how's things been with yourself? I know you are arguably the busiest man in media. How's things been with the channel?
It's usual, mate. Yeah, it's just the start of the season. It's busy with everything, but with me and Des, obviously, and Steve are doing the Refs podcast. That's kept us busy, and other things happening. But the West and the East are kind of dominating the action, and roundups are all the force at the moment. But yeah, it's always the Des says always I'm very busy, and I think that's very true.
You can maybe keep us right on the Lowland League. Now, I think our knowledge is getting better. It's definitely improving.
Yeah.
I know who some of the players are now, but you're a man who knows a bit more about the Lowland League than us. So hopefully you can keep us right, because if I can sort out Moff's interview with Gordon Moff, the Clydebank manager, spoke to, so we'll speak to him about, or we'll hear from him about the game against Troon today. But I've realised I've messed up and taken it off the screen, so I'm going to have to try and find it. But we're going to go through our featured fixtures, and Des, we'll have PG versus the pundits, and obviously I had to leave early last week. Who won PG versus the pundits?
I think Johnny let us down.
Did Johnny let us down? So
I don't think it was Johnny and I had an off day. I don't actually know who won. I don't know. Did that not get deleted?
No, I think that's me matched. In the first week, that is me matched my win total in the whole season last season.
And let's just say it was probably the last thing you matched in.
I'm a bit concerned today. But today we have a great show. Myself, Des and Scott will be here until 5 o'clock. If you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us at SAT Football Live on Instagram and X. You can also get us in the comments section of YouTube Live as well. And we've just had our first message on YouTube for Michael McGill. Big shout out to Maryhill at Crusade today. All the best, guys. That will be quite a good game. I actually fancy Maryhill to get something. I think they're on the upturn, and the Crusade, both Crusade teams are not having the best of starts to the season, but that can all change with a good one or two. We're going to go through our PG versus the pundits, because I don't know if I've mentioned that I won last week. So it's a perfect record for me. Big shout out to our sponsors, BSN. As you can see, if you're watching it on YouTube, it's running across the bottom of the screen. You can get in touch with Gary. If you need any bespoke teamwear, kit, or anything else for your club, then Gary's your man to get in touch with. We've also got Roxburgh Insurance. If you've got any insurance needs, then get in touch with the guys. They're first class. And we've got GLA chauffeurs. So if you've got a stag do, if you've got a trip that you're looking to do, so you need some corporate stuff, then the guys are absolutely first class. Don't hesitate to get in touch with them. So moving on to our featured fixtures. In the Lowland League, our featured fixture is Troon and Clydebank. In the West of Scotland Premier League, a massive game with Troon and Auchinleck Talbot. First division, Gartcairn and Thornywood. Second division, Blantyre and Thorn. Third division, Glendale and Port Glasgow. And in the fourth division, Cumbernauld and St Peters. Gentlemen, I will allow you to start first this week. Mugs away. Scott, Troon and Clydebank, quite a big game in the Lowland League. You've got Clydebank, who are still undefeated, Troon, who we know are a good side. I think a lot is, myself included, got to know Troon a wee bit when they beat Darvo in the playoffs. Troon are sitting in, well, they're sitting in 10th just now, but I think that's a bit of a false position. What do you think today?
I think Clydebank will win. I do think Troon are a bit of false position. They have had a difficult start based on the kind of games they've had. They were very fortunate to get by Rye last 2 weeks. South, was that 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
But they were excellent at Herd against Albion Rovers. They won 4-0, and they opened the season with 5-1 away win over Hearts B. They would have probably been that. I think obviously Bo'ness are a bit better than a lot of people expected, and they obviously gave them their first defeat last week, and then they lost to Celtic B before that. I just think Clydebank, the firepower they've got, I think as well, just looking at the table there, they're not going to concede a lot of goals. Mm-hmm. Their defence is absolutely solid. They've probably got a bit more kind of, they've been not like, obviously you see a 12-3 goal, a +9 goal difference, but there's been a lot of games where I think they've been kind of scraping by, but that's how you win this league. Mm-hmm. And I think there'll be another kind of day where I'm going to go 2-1 Clydebank, I think.
Clydebank win. Des, what do you think?
I'm not too dissimilar to Scott. I think that Clydebank, the goal difference is obviously, you're seeing on the left, they've got a goal difference of 20, okay, right, fine. But Clydebank just keep picking up wins, and that's the most important thing. I think they'll get an absolute quality manager in Moff and his backroom team with McMenamin and Fitzy, etc. But the team on the pitch, we were at the playoff game against was it Musselburgh?
Mm-hmm.
And I said to you before the game, I just couldn't see Clydebank being beaten. I think they're very resilient right through the middle of the park. Very strong players. They've added quality rather than quantity. While they're sitting second just now, okay, they're a game behind. I hope Clydebank win this league and show the quality that's coming from the West. And I think today could be a massive statement if they go and beat Trent. I was surprised that Rye ran them so close last week. I've got to admit, I was quite surprised at that. But yeah, I think Clydebank is a top club. I think they'll win that one today.
I think we saw that though last season. There was a couple of times that Troon got teams from the West who were lower down, and they seemed to struggle. They beat the Rock penalties and stuff. They seemed to struggle, and then obviously losing the final to Johnson Borough. But I think that was a more evenly matched affair. I just think they maybe take the foot off the gas a wee bit against teams that they think they're going to beat.
I was going to say, do you think they underestimate?
Do you know what? I'm not sure if it's the underestimate. I think that maybe they've not put the same importance on certain games. But I think the Clydebank being the first team to come in from the West, and Clydebank being historically quite a well-known, a bigger club, an ex-Premier League club within the last 30, 35 years, there's going to be a bit of hit on Clydebank, I think, this year. And maybe that's my ignorance and arrogance, having a West-minded view. But I think teams will be looking to try and maybe, in their eyes, put Clydebank in their place.
I think as well, like the three teams that come up for Easter Scotland, they weren't fancied because of who was the East Kilbride won the league. And even like before that, I know there was a lot of hype about Broomhill that didn't work out, but East Kilbride were the favourites every season. Mm-hmm. They're not there now. Mm-hmm. And Clydebank, not necessarily taking that position, but you look at their squad last season, and I remember saying to a lot of people, that squad could go on and challenge in the Lowland League, and they've added to that with the likes of Neil McLaughlin. Do you know what I mean? They've brought in, I think their business through this summer was been incredible. Yeah. And you've kept the likes of Nicky Lowe, Dean Cairns, like their defence, David Syme, keeping David Syme fully fit's probably the best thing for them as well. And it is just a case of Owen Stott as well for B, like they were all right in the goalkeeper position, and then they go and get him.
But it's the depth. But how long do you keep Owen happy?
That's the thing, yeah. Like it's a classic thing especially if you get two goalkeepers that are very, very good, and your bench, I mean, just looking at their bench at weekend, like in midweek, Adam Bodge, Kieran Mackay, Chris Truesdale, like Stuart McCann, that's 4 players who would get into pretty much any other team in the league.
Oh, there's the camera gone, my apologies, I need to fix that. Des, you can see your big brown legs on the camera right now.
But it is just...
It's been big, skinny. I agree with Scott. I think the the quality and depth that Clydebank have just now is, I don't think it's matched in that league, to be perfectly honest. And knowing the club, knowing their ambitions, and how it's ran. I mean, Grace runs a really, really tight ship there. They budget for everything that they want to do. The coaching team behind it is fantastic. The quality of players on the pitch. I mean, you couldn't really see any reason why Clydebank couldn't be a Scottish Football League team next year. If it doesn't happen this year, I would fully expect it next year. But I genuinely hope it happens this year.
Oh, okay. I think as well, like, I've been to Clydebank games and the fan base are a bit impatient, obviously, because they want to get back to that. Yes, the SPFL, and it's been, 30 years, I think?
Easily.
They're close now. I mean, the West of Scotland. There was a bit, I remember being at Troon, I will always go back to this. There was a game against Troon 2 or 3 years ago, and they were 1-0. They were 1-0 up at half time, and they played really poor. I remember Jamie Darrett got the goal. It was like a really scrappy goal, and it was a scrappy half, and Troon came out in the second half and absolutely blitzed them, and they won 3-1. And there was a lot of pressure on Moff that day, and I remember getting Moff after the game, and there was a real resignation of this isn't going to plan. And then I think after that they didn't lose their next 19 or something like that, and that's when they finished. Remember they ran it. Remember they were who B won the league, but remember they'd played 30 games before B had played 20, and they'd set B the target, and B obviously got in front of them, but you always felt that a couple more additions and that would take them to the next level, and they've done it again.
It's something that we've spoken about quite a lot, is the fact that last season, speaking to Moff about it, he was very much said that him, Grace, and the committee, they sat down, and Grace has asked, what do you need to win this league? And he said, I need X, Y, and Z. And the club were excellent, got him X, Y, and Z. They were lost one game last season, and that was the week after winning the league, where it was done. Then they've continued on this season. So I'm going to be the same as yourselves, guys. I'm going to go for Clydebank. I actually think that it'll be a really tight game. I think it'll be a tough game, particularly through into the end. I'd imagine there'll be a reasonable crowd at it. And Clydebank will take a good crowd as well through, so we've got a tight game. Moving on to the West of Scotland Premier League, and that is the big one for me today, so I'll take the lead on this one. Troon are entertaining Auchinleck Talbot today. Both teams played 5, won 5. Talbot scored 21, conceded 4. Troon have scored 13, conceded 2. So I think it's pretty evident both teams are scoring goals, but both teams are defensively very sound. I'm going to go for the Talbot. I think there'll be a really tight game, and I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way, but I think I'm going to lean towards the Talbot. This one, Des, what do you think?
I think the way Talbot started the season, it's like a runaway juggernaut almost, isn't it? They're just bombasting teams out the park. I think the addition of Luke Main is massive, absolutely massive. Also, when I was at Talbot with Maxie and watching Luke Main, and then they lost from Tisco Bride, and then Troon have started well. Yep, I totally get that, but I just can't see past Talbot now. Talbot are perennially slow starters, and this year they've flew at the box like Usain Bolt. So yeah, I've got to go Talbot today.
Scott?
I've been very surprised with Troon, but also not, if that makes sense. I thought they would improve this year. Last season I thought they were tremendous and absolutely deserved to be where they were at. But I thought their business was really good over the summer, and they won, looking at that, they beat Bees 1-0, away to Cumbernauld 1-0, and then they go and lay them this tail 9-0 in the cup, and you're just can that give them a wee boost getting into this game? You can't underestimate Auchinleck, and I think Auchinleck, you said about having slow starts, the past couple of seasons they've been 7th or 8th at this point, and they've still managed to finish with 4th and 2nd.
I actually think at this point 2 seasons ago they were sitting about 9th or 10th. You know what I mean?
And listen, Troon have signed. I mean, they've taken Callum Dow for Paul, taken Kyle Fold, and I think Stephen Docherty. 3 big hitters who are massive. They've got Dale Burgess in goals, another tremendous. So again, through that spine of that team, Troon deserve to be where they are. But it's just that thing in the back of my mind. I'm can he see past Talbot at this moment in time?
I think if Troon win, today it's like a big.
It's a statement.
We're not just a team that got off to a good start and fall away, which I'm not saying will happen, but that's 18 points after 6 games, and I've looked at it many times and thought, I think 45 gets you up. We're a third of the way there, and if then you beat the team that you're,
I've got no doubt
level with.
I've got no doubt that both teams will come out of the league, and I know people say it's a nothing league issue because of the no relegation. No, it's a league about promotion.
I think that this is a different league this year. I think all leagues are different. I think there's a
and you want to win, and you want to win it.
Like, see, for me, you're looking just now. Talbot and Troon, I think will probably be, if it continues, I think they'll be the two that will be fighting for the top spot, just based on early season form. I think Johnson Borough are a bit too hot and cold. I think Hurlford have been tremendous.
That's really the team in the division. I've been
really
astonished. Not Darren again. You can't, like people say about Auchinleck. Darren at Hurlford has just been incredible. The job he's done over the years, but they've been kind of floating there or thereabouts with relegation over the past couple of seasons, and then they started away at home to Auchinleck, and I spoke to somebody at the game and they said Hurlford are just flat, and look at them now when they've won the last 4, and you're like, can they keep it up? Get Lewis Morrison, Chris Kerr, they've got a really good coach and a lot of good players. It's, can you maintain that?
Right, look, we're getting ourselves sidetracked. Let's get our results in. So, Des, you're going Talbot, Scott?
I'll go a draw.
A draw, right? We need to decide between these then. Do you want to
go? Yeah, we'll go.
I'll go Talbot.
Right, okay, Talbot. And Scott, a first division match, Gartcairn and Thornywood. How do you see this one playing out?
Good game. 2 really good teams, 2 really good coaches. I've really liked the job that Ryan and Darren have done at Gartcairn. Tough job for them to go into, with I'd say a lot of pressure on them to get promotion. Not necessarily in terms of pressure for the owners. I mean more they need to be in the top 8 because of the players they've got on their side. And Thornywood are not necessarily a side you would think would have been in the top 8, but then you look at the business they've done and the start they've had. I think they'll Gartcairn today. I just fancy Gartcairn for, I think, at home. I think they'll go.
Des, what's your views on it?
I'm a wee bit split on this one. I know McStay and Dan Barr, and I don't know Dan Barr. Also, I know Ryan and I know Dak. I think Thornywood's game against Albion Rovers last week surprised me. I watched Albion Rovers against Cumbernauld Colts at the start of the season. I thought Albion Rovers looked pretty decent. I hate sitting on the fence, but I can see this one being a draw.
So, how do you decide then?
Well, Scott gave me the last one, so I'll return the favour. I'll back Scott on this one.
Gartcairn. I can completely see why the two of you have gone for what you've gone for. I think that Thornywood probably lose too many goals. That's the issue.
That's the issue.
So did Gartcairn a degree?
Well, I suppose Gartcairn have conceded 5. 4 of them were on the opening day, so they've only conceded 1 in the last 3. It's pretty sound. It's really tough. If Gartcairn, which I know they want to go and win the league, if they want to win the league, these are the games you need to put the marker down, and you need to say Thornywood are a cracking side, a team who potentially could win the league if they're able to be consistent.
There's about 13 teams.
Definitely. But I think that if they want to win the league, they've got to go and win this today. And do you know what? I'm going to go for a draw. So we're going to go slightly different. We're going to go for the draw. I just feel last week's result, Thornywood, was a big one. Moving on to the second division, Blantyre and the Thorn. This is quite a tough game. Second and fourth playing each other, both undefeated. Thorn have won 3, drawn 2. Blantyre have won 3, drawn 1 with the game in hand. It's really interesting. I'm struggling with this one. I think this is going to be really tight. I think this is going to be a cracking game. If I'm going to put my neck in the line, I don't actually know what to say. I was going to say the Thorn, but then it's at Blantyre. How will the Thorn handle that part?
I would have a very strong opinion in this if Thorn was at home. It's just
I'm switching my allegiance to this one. I think Thorn are a brilliant team.
Yeah.
What they've done is great. But going up to Blantyre and
I'm going to go for the draw, right? So you two discuss between yourselves how you see it playing out.
My
thought was a draw, initially.
that was my thought. if there's going to be a winner, I think Blantyre would be the winner.
Yeah.
But the draw was in my.
Do you just want to go for a draw?
Aye, go for the draw.
Draw. Moving on to the third division, Glenvale and Port Glasgow. Scott, how do you see this playing?
Again, I think Glenvale. I think Lewis have been disappointed last season. I don't think he'll be shy in telling you that, but I think what I've seen so far, I think they're getting there. They were really, really unlucky last week against Glenafton, which I think, even though they get beaten penalties, you lose 12-11 in penalties, you're still taking a massive amount from it. My worry about Glenvale is, though, yes, they're scoring a lot of goals, but they're conceding as well. They beat Easterhouse 4-3. They've lost obviously in the road to Ryan Fanart. It's just, can you shut up shop at the back? I'm no doubt they'll score. I think there's goals in that game. Port Glasgow's firepower, though, really impresses me, and it did last season, and the results so far have really stood out. They've conceded some goals as well, but I think Port Glasgow for me.
Yes.
No, I agree. I think we said last year when Port came up and Knights would come up, they've got lots of firepower behind them. Port are an attacking team. Tam doesn't set out to be defensive. It's always on the attack. Yes, they have lost goals. Glenvale will be buoyed by the game last week against against Glenafton. Is that taking a lot out of them? Is that pushing up? I don't know, but my heart says Port Glasgow.
I'm going to go the same. Kind of bet against them up a lot of Port. But, Scott, I think you're near on the head when you're saying Glenvale score goals but concede goals. The Port are obviously, I think their defensive record has cost them in the last couple of years. But the year they get relegated, they scored a lot of goals, but lost a ridiculous amount of goals. Last season, I think it stopped them from winning the league. When I went down and seen them play against the Ants, and I know the Ants have been really disappointing this season, but when I saw them against the Ants, they looked a bit more comfortable. They looked more assured at the back. I think this could be a 6-4 or something. It's got the makings for that today, because both teams like to go
and
on
they're two good coaches as well. Like Lewis, again, we know what he did when he took Glenvale up. Port Glasgow did the same last year. They were just really good in that division. I think Glenvale maybe needed a year. Like, I remember speaking to Lewis, and he was like, I don't, because everybody was thinking they were going to go up, and it was like, you might need a year. And I think that's the same with a lot of teams, and you see that just looking at the table now. Like, for last season, you look at a lot of teams and think this is the kind of year they're going to kind of push on, and I think Glenvale could be that, but Port, I think, just the attacking firepower they've got.
We'll both go for Port Glasgow, and our final game, Kirkintilloch and St Peters. For me, there's only one winner in this one. Kirkintilloch have been tremendous all season. They built last season pretty strongly, a bit inconsistent, losing some games, but they were challenging the higher up teams and putting them under a bit of pressure. Only conceded 4 in the first 5, 14 goals scored. I think that they're going to win this. St Peters have actually disappointed me this season. I thought we were going to be looking at a St Peters team who, I know it's really early, they've drawn 1 and lost 3 of the 4. But the issue is they've only scored 2 goals.
And they've lost 11.
Mm-hmm. And I thought the way they finished last season, I genuinely thought we could have been looking at St Peters being a top 6 or 7 team this year, and they're under a bit of pressure. But
see, if I'm being honest, I'm quite surprised that Glenvale have jumped beyond St Peters. I mean, they're both Paisley teams, and St Peters, and I mean, my son plays for Glenvale, so we're probably not like hearing this. I actually thought St Peters were the bigger club out of the two.
When I was at St Peters the first season the league started, we battered Glenvale twice. I think it took maybe 3 years before Glenvale beat St Peters in the Paisley derby. But Lewis coming in, and let's be honest, they got a lot of help for Jamie. You got a lot of good players in, your Noah Youngs and stuff like that, and then you look at some of the firepower Glenvale have got. Sean Davies, it's just, they make the difference, players like that.
Brian Connor still there?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. But
my name I've heard for a while, but I know he was there when they went up.
But they've kept on, whereas St Peters had obviously regressed. There was a lot of issues with the committee, and then it looked like Kenny had sorted that. I thought they were going to kick on this season, and it's no materialised. How do you see it playing, Scott?
I think there's only one winner here. And again, like St Peters, I've got a lot of time for Kenny, but the league start's been disappointing, but then they only lose 4-3 to Cumbernauld United last week the cup. Like, it shows you, like, how does that happen? How do you have such a bad league start, then go and play a team 3 teams above you and score 3 goals away?
One of the better teams in that league.
It's weird, and it's but Kirklook. I think Kirklook have been sensational so far. I think Tam and Peter have been really good, and they had a good result in the cup as well, beating Linton Hotspur on penalties. That's a good boost for them as well in the cup. And they beat Vale even 4-1 in the first game of the season. And what Vale even have done since then kind of shows you they Kirklook maybe still have a couple of years they can go up here. If Vale even have gone up, I think they've been tremendous ever since then. And Kirklook are just a really solid side, very well coached. And I've got to be honest, I think if looking at the league at the moment, if there's one team that are going to run away with it, and I know they're sitting top and that's an easy answer to make, but you don't see them even in the next few games. Like, I really don't see them dropping many points at all. I think they're a really, really well-oiled machine. I think they're pretty much stick points to go up. And I think they'll win this comfortably.
No, I can't disagree against Scott said there. I think that they've played 5, won 5, 15 points. Avonvicks are second in the league, playing 6 points 12. So they're 3 points ahead with a game in hand. They've got the momentum behind them. They've got a plus 10 goal difference. I think they could be the form of this division this year.
Very possibly. And I've spoken to Thomas, the vendor manager, during the week. This we've got a wee interview for him, which we will play once we get through the interviews and we come back after the break. But they've been sensational. I'm really impressed with Kirklook, and I think that it's maybe taking them. This is where you maybe credit the Kirklook committee, because they were in a bad way. They failed in the divisions, and Tam gets the job. It doesn't go exactly the way they want it to go, or where I think some people expected it to go. They've given him time, and then potentially, as it stands right now, he's definitely reaping the rewards they're reaping the rewards and giving him time. So that is us for PG versus the pundits. This week, Troon versus Clydebank, we've both gone Clydebank. Troon and Talbot, we've both gone for Talbot. Gartcairn and Thornywood, I've gone for a draw. You guys have gone for Gartcairn. Blantyre and the Thorn, we've both gone for a draw. Glenvale and Port Glasgow, we've both gone for Port Glasgow. And finally, Kirklook and St Peters, we have both gone for Kirklook. So we could be looking at the Gartcairn and Thornywood being the decider. Could potentially be a draw though, if Thornywood win. Then it's a draw and I'm still undefeated, so I'm hoping.
So you just keep holding on to the dreams, mate.
Like, I'm just...
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I'm just happy that I've won. I mean, that is me match last season. And I'm just really pleased, to be honest with you. But look, we're going to go for a quick break. If you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396717412. That's 07396717412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at SatFootballLive. Any questions you have for myself or the guys, don't hesitate to get in touch. Just give us a wee shout. We'll be right back after these. And welcome back to Saturday Football Live. I am in the studio with Des Roach and Scott McPike. We've gone through PG versus the Pundits. Is it a PG victory again this week? Let's hope so. And I did not know, Scott, you're a man that's well versed in this stuff. Callum Graham signed for Bellshill. Yes, I've not seen that. Well,
no, I've seen it yesterday.
That's come in for Paul Smith. Thanks for that, Paul. That's
really.
And then
but
is Callum not from? Because I know he played in the Churches League before he became into the juniors, and he was scoring ridiculous amounts of goals. So I'm not sure it was maybe like that's where he lives, whatever, and maybe things up on it. But I'll tell you what, if Callum Graham gets on all cylinders, Bell's have to score a barrel of the goals.
Bell's flying without Callum Graham.
That's a massive sign of that. I won't lie, I feel like I'm the busiest guy in the world in terms of having stuff on, and I don't sometimes miss things, and I missed that completely, and that's huge. That is huge.
Last night, it was quite late last night.
Well, that's a great signing for them. But remember, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at SAT Football Live, or just like Paul Smith did on YouTube comments, just get yourself into any question you want to ask myself or the guys, and you want to know any stories, anything, tell us about them. Don't be shy. So we'll go back to the Lowland League. We were talking about how impressive Clydebank have been. Something I want to touch on, Scott. Me and you mentioned it off air. Linlithgow, really impressed with Linlithgow this season. Been watching the highlights. Dylan Patterson, we both spoke about, who, I've got a small guy. He looks like he's got an eye for goal.
Yes.
Hat-trick last week, scored against Celtic B the week before. They look like a bit of a threat this season, and I think that Boness as well. You're seeing the ex-junior teams really starting to show. Bonnyrigg getting a good one last night has put themselves back up the table. Celtic B are always in and about that top 3 or 4. They'll still be a challenge, but if I had to pin your colours to the mast, who are you predicting for the Lowland League this season?
I've said Clydebank for the beginning, and I'm not going to come off that, but I've been very impressed with Linlithgow and Boness, the way they've started. Linlithgow, Gordon Haird's been there for a while. They've been exactly what I thought they would be. Is like they've taken a couple of seasons. They'll finish third or fourth. I can't remember where I had them in my predictions, but their start they've had has been really good. Top goal scorers as well, 24 goals I think they've scored.
A lot of goals.
That's really impressive. Boness have been good, but I just think with Linlithgow as well, they've got a lot of firepower. It's all about though, like how you build on it, and they have had a really strong start. I just think Clydebank have too much. I just think as well I think it's a far more open league with Scotland about it, and I think it's not just what it's been over the past few years where you think East Kilbride will just win it by points, and the B teams can obviously potentially.
Apologies, we have a party on next door and somebody's just back from She's that interested in what Scott's got to say. She's ready to come in the door.
I just think Clydebank, they're in a position where they can just kick on, as we've spoke about, and they're really, really impressing me just how they're going about their business. And it's just a case of that league is going to be so competitive. Games like the days, the games Clydebank need to win.
Well, we've just had a shout out from Jack, who he's looking for a shout out for all the boys in the Bankies bus on the way to Troon. So all the best today, guys. I hope you've a great time, and thanks for listening to the show. Des, Scott's right there that the Linlithgow have been excellent this season. It has kind of similar to when you touched on Glendale, needed that year last year. Sometimes teams need that wee bit of time. Clydebank, I think they've got the firepower and the financial firepower where they are looking to go and just double promotion.
I would I wouldn't put down the financial firepower. I would say they've got momentum behind them.
They've definitely the financial firepower.
Yeah, I know. Right, but it's prudently done.
It's very well managed.
It's very well managed. So just looking at the fixtures. So Clydebank will get Boness in the Lowland League on the 2nd of September. So we're only 2 weeks away from that. And then they've got Linlithgow in the South Challenge Cup on the 13th of September. Okay, it's a different competition, but they're going to play their 2 biggest competitors within 3 weeks of one another. And I think that will be very telling in what it is. Okay, they're at home at Boness and they're away to Linlithgow. Is it season defining? No, I don't think it is season defining, but it'll be a really good gauge. And I think Moff and Gary will be looking at that and saying, right, where are we? This is what will tell us. This will potentially cut the cream from the mustard. And it'll look for that, and it'll also maybe say, do we need extra additions? What sort of quality are we going with? But I've got no. I'm a West man and I'm a Clydebank man. I've got no hesitation. I think Clydebank could win this league. I wouldn't say should win the league. I say they could win this league, and I hope they do.
I think the Lowland League is now becoming what they would have wanted it to have been
Originally.
The year they break it up.
The year they break it up, exactly.
No.
It is becoming what it is always intended to be, because you're now seeing a West team come through who are showing their qualities. They're undefeated the first 5 games. We're seeing the East teams like your Linlithgows, your Bonesses, your Bonnie Riggs, even though they've been up and down, Troonents. There's good quality in there. And ironically enough, or maybe no ironically, it's your ex-SPFL teams who are the ones that are struggling. You're looking at,
What's it called? The legacy.
the legacy teams. You're looking at the highest ranked team, taking away Bonnie Riggs because I still include them as an East team. The highest ranked team who have come down from the SPFL tour, it's a legacy club. Albion Rovers are 11, Cowdenbeath 12, Berwick Rangers 13, East Stirling bottom of the pile after 7 games without a win. We're getting a kind of a good level here.
We're getting a
The only
balance.
thing I would say about Clydebank is, and it depends on how the season goes, but I've never been under the assumption of Nicky Little as an out-and-out number 9. I would always, anytime I've seen Nicky Little, he's always that play off the striker.
Yeah.
Do they have that proper number 9 that they have had in recent years, like going back? I think Keir Sampson's still there, I think he's still injured.
I thought he played last week.
Has he been
played
playing?
last week?
Stuart McCann, I think, could be that. It's just kind of getting him in, but I think he seems very content to be what they're playing now, which is Aaron Black and Neil McLaughlin in the wide and Nicky Little playing through the middle. But I would assume down the line he's going to try and integrate Kieran Stewart to play in front of Nicky.
Nicky's been nothing short of sensational, right? And he still is going to score. I still think Nicky will get 20 goals this season, right?
Easily.
But we only maybe have another couple of years in Nicky doing that with his age. What impressed me, Des, we spoke about it, was, see, we went to Musselburgh again. What impressed me was, and again, Nicky Lowe's in a similar ilk, he might only have a couple of years left at this level. The way he played was excellent. He dropped right into the centre half position, and it allowed, it was Chris McGowan that did it quite a lot against Musselburgh. And it almost that kind of, I know it's become the thing to say, but it became that inverted fullback, goes in, and Musselburgh did not know how to handle it. Musselburgh's best player was playing the middle of the park that day.
The young buck, we picked out
He's
in the
really
first
good player.
10 minutes, yeah.
But the way that Clydebank work, again, I don't want it to be woke football language, but the passages a player they have, the way that they do stuff like that is different from most teams. And I think that that's something that you'll maybe see a wee bit more in the Lowland League, where teams will be a bit more.
I think what certainly on the evidence that we watched in that day, the biggest thing I could say tactically about Clydebank was they dragged players out of position and it created gaps. And that's when Nicky Little, that's when Nicky Lowe can then exploit those gaps. Dean Cairns can then find those passes to get in there. Gartcairn in the middle of the park, mate, he can ping him all whatever you want to.
He's your love child, isn't he? You absolutely love him.
Oh, I think he's tremendous.
He's very good. But look, I spoke to Gordon Moff, the Clydebank manager, yesterday, and I've asked Moff how he's found the step up into the Lowland League and how he thinks that his side have handled it. So here's what Moff had to say on it.
Hi Paul. I mean, enjoyed the step up. I think the boys are enjoying it as well. It's obviously brought different challenges and tests and different venues, and so all of that's been good. It's been a good challenge for us. I think that certainly you can see all the teams. I'd say probably the one thing that is a step up is just that the detail and probably analysis that teams do. You can see that in the games. You can see that in some of the things they're doing. So that's been interesting. And it's we obviously we like to think we're pretty strong in that area, but we want to see what else we can do and step up to the level as well on that front. But I mean, on on the pitch, I think the boys have acquitted themselves pretty well. We've obviously started unbeaten so far, but they've all been really, really tough games, real different challenges in all of them. The energy and the sort of physicality in the division's very strong. So no, it's been good. We're enjoying it, but we're not getting ahead of ourselves. We know we've got a lot of improvement to make still.
Moff is obviously saying that he thinks teams are maybe doing more homework on them. And I think that's maybe a change in the sense that when you're playing, if you're Clydebank, you're playing Talbot, Cumbernauld, Troon, 3 sometimes 4 times a season if you've got to win the cups, and you've done that over the past decade. You'd maybe no need to do the same level of homework because you already know their players and you know their style and stuff, and it's trying to match up against that. But I think knowing Moff, Gaz, Kirky, Phil, like I do, and now Jamie Darrick's in there as well, I think this is probably more suited to them. I think that this type of football and a more tactical and technical style of football might be what they're better suited to.
And you've got to be perfectly honest and say that the Lowland League is not the same level, although it's a level higher. The West of Scotland Premier Division is a better league than the Lowland League, in my opinion. So when you've got, like, you're going to like Auchinleck and you're going to Cumbernauld, you're going to Glenafton, you're going to Hurlford, these are places that they go every single year. I'll be very surprised if they've been to Civil Service, they've been to Gretna, they've been to Caledonian Vibes. Like, these are very different places. And a lot of these teams are very well coached because they need to be, because they don't have the level of player that you do in the West of Scotland. But I think that suits Moff because he's able to get a bit more freedom. Like last season, a couple of times I watched Clydebank, I thought they were excellent. It's just that I know it's the kind of, the thing is that low block, that there was a lot of teams that were inverting that because of how good Clydebank were when they were able to attack space. Clydebank won't feel that here. I know they've had a few tight results where they've just get by, but you just look at the talent they've got and think they are going to be fine in this league. It's just, can they go to the likes of Linlithgow and Troon where they're going to need to go today and win, because that's what's going to win you the Lowland League, because I think they'll be fine against a lot of the other teams.
Yeah, I would disagree. I think that Noel Gordon, I know the research that he does and the scouting that he does and the detail that he goes into against the opposition and his own team, because he self-reflects upon his own team. I think that Clydebank won't be left for wanting against any team that they're playing against. He's very, very meticulous on how our teams are going to set up against him. And it's not just watching them once, he's watching them a few times, and there's footage available that he's got access to. I would say, as much as Moff is prepared for them, I think they need to be more prepared for what Clydebank can do.
I think it's what I said earlier, where teams will have a bit of hit for Clydebank this season because, again, it could be our arrogance where the West believe they're better than the East, and I think that's pretty safe to say that's pretty much what everybody thinks. And these teams will go out in a place. You look at like going to Linlithgow, great crowds there. Bowness, these are proper teams. These are like teams who at junior level won everything. You know what I mean? Real teams.
I've refereed at both Bowness and Linlithgow in Scottish Cup ties, and I'll tell you what, they far outweigh anything you've done in the sort of the low leagues of the senior stuff. Linlithgow, is it Prestonfield? I think it's called.
Prestonfield,
yeah. That main stand in the surrounding areas, the place is rocking. Look at the social club behind the goals. The playing surface is incredible.
Looked a wee bit bumpy when I saw it, but historically, very good part.
Bowness as well. I can't remember who was Bowness. Was it Bowness and Junior? I can't remember. It was Bowness against a senior team as well. The senior team hardly brought any fans, but the Bowness fans, I remember coming out the tunnel again, and there was a guy right across from me, and he's got the top off like a Newcastle fan. He's got a blue and white Mohican, and he's got Bowness like written on his belly, and I was like, this is brilliant.
These clubs that to me are the East equivalent of the Ayrshire clubs, the big Ayrshire
clubs. Exactly.
Because you've not got a whole lot. Yeah, I know you've got Hibs and Hearts and Edinburgh and stuff, but they're still a wee bit further away, and you've still got that. And I remember making my reserve debut for Airdrie against Bowness when I was 16. Had to leave school early that day. Came on up front.
What do you mean had to leave school? You never went to school.
Well, I had to tell my dad I left school. And I remember coming on, and my first experience of junior football, big centre half punched me in the back of the head when the ball was away, and I was like, what is this? And that's just the environment, and that's what it's like, and I think it'll be great. But we'll move on to the West of Scotland Premier League now. Top two playing each other, Auchinleck Talbot, away to Troon at Portland Park. This is going to be an absolute cracker. This season, we've touched on. For me, I did not expect Hurlford to do what they've done this season. I even, in our prediction show, I did say I think they'd have a chance of making top 8, but with the issues potentially with the licensing, so I omitted them from it. Glenafton will surprise me a wee bit as well. I still think Glenafton will drop down a touch, but I'm really impressed with the two of them. Drumchapel, and they're just a bit up and down for me with the drum. And then you get Cumbernauld in there as well. I've actually been a wee bit disappointed with the start that Cumbernauld have made.
You mentioned Drumchapel, like nobody in the planet could have predicted Drumchapel to go 1-8.
No.
Nobody in the world could have seen that coming.
After being 2-0
Not for 2-0.
2-0 up especially, and it's just showing you like this league is going to be weird this season. Like just not just in terms of like obviously 8 going up and potentially no teams going down, but you're going to get some freak results. But on your point about Cumbernauld, I do think there is a wee bit of a lot of square pegs and round holes at times with some of the players they brought in. Last season, I kind of thought, I think I had them in my top 3 last season just because of who they brought in. Not a lot of those players are still there. And, they brought in Adam Ford, who'll score. I would be very surprised if he's not. And
can I make a prediction, Scott? Just to cut you. I don't think Ford will score that many goals this season.
I don't either.
I don't know if he'll score goals, but what I think he will be is a tremendous facilitator to who else is there. But I look at who's around him and think, I'm not necessarily sure there's a lot of goals in that team.
I think the best player we've signed this year is Grant Gallagher.
Yes, absolutely.
Grant has been the driving force from that for years. He's coming back to obviously playing junior football. I know Swifty well. Swifty's a friend of mine. I just don't see it linking. I don't see it just connecting together. And last year was the highest finish they've ever had in the Premier League, 7. And you think a club like Cumbernauld, the highest they've ever finished is 7.
For me, it was they're obviously sitting in 6th place just now. For me, last season, I thought the way they finished, they showed real signs that we could be looking at Cumbernauld. And ultimately, Cumbernauld getting promoted is what matters. That's what they'll be looking for.
Top 8's almost. If you finish it, if you don't win the league, top 8 is as well as finishing second.
I think as well. Look, they've got Tam Oren, who would obviously played with Grant Stranraer. That's a good player to have to kind of link with Fordy, but it's just who's there. I think they'll be defensively sound. It's just I just worry about them if they're going to score enough goals.
Right.
Tom and Adam only clicking.
I went to watch the game against Johnson Borough with them, and that is exactly how I would describe it. They lost that night, but defensively they looked really sound. They looked really compact, did their jobs really well. Defenders weren't overly, not that they were bad on the ball, but they weren't overly football-oriented, but there was no way that they were letting things go through them easy. They were very good defensively.
And is that not how you build a team? So you don't lose goals, you don't lose games.
But what I would say is they offered next to nothing going forward. The Johnson Borough were in control of that game, and they were quite good that night without really hurting Cumbernauld. But Cumbernauld offered very, very little. And it doesn't surprise me that they've only scored 6 in the first 5, and that they scored so few goals last season as well. And I wonder, without knowing Swifty, I wonder if that's maybe a management thing where he is very focused on their defensive shape stuff, and it's something that maybe holds them back. But you won't see Cumbernauld, or you will almost never see Cumbernauld lose a 4 or 5-0, and that's maybe where his mindset is. I'm going to play a wee bit from an interview with Alan McCluskey. I asked Alan how he feels, or how the management team feel the season's started, because pre-season they were a bit ropey. They lost by 4 to Clydebank in the final pre-season game, or one of the final pre-season games, and I was worrying a wee bit about them again. Was it going to be the same as the last couple of years? Here's what Alan had to say on how he feels the management team feel about the start of the season.
Hi Paul. We're delighted with the start we've had, mate. To be honest, it's the players that should be taking all the the plaudits for the start have been excellent. The start probably exceeded our expectations, and the reason I say that is because the pre-season was a bit start-stop due to holidays and various other things, but everyone else needs to contend with that as well, I suppose. The players themselves as a collective group have been good for the first game away to Talbot. Where we took the top and continued on from then. But that's not to say we're not looking for more. But that's just us.
Yeah, so Alan is obviously really happy. Like we touched on how poor the start of the season was for them. Well, how the start of the last two seasons have been and how pre-season was for them. They really look different animal this year. And it's like you said, it's the goals they're scoring. Defensively really sound. They've added the right players. Me and Johnny spoke about it last week where they've added in the goalkeeper, they've added in Luke Main, then you've got McAvoy, you've got Connor Boyd who scored goals. And I think that this looks like the best Talbot team we've seen in the last 5 years, I'd say.
It's even in the brought in obviously Kieran Hughes as well. And he's not a guaranteed starter.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a very well established, experienced defender at this level who can play anywhere across the back four. I just think this, as you said there, I think this is a different animal in Talbot this year. And not that you need to say what the club have been loyal to Tucker, because Tucker should really pick and choose when whatever he wants to do. He should get a statue at the Beechwood Park. But do you know what? He doesn't go usually and get players for Paul, for Irving Meadow. He goes and gets these wee hidden gems for Dorai and for Craig Mark, and he moulds a team and he brings it together. And I think they've maybe had that wee sort of couple of years hiatus, and they're still finishing second in the league and
winning the trophy last season.
And winning a trophy. I think they're back with a bang this year.
And what we're saying about Cumbernauld in terms of where's the goals coming from, Auchinleck, there's about 7 or 8 players, even off the bench. Like, I know like Neil McPherson's chipped in, I know Neil really well, and I think he scored 2 already. They're completing every area in the park, and I think that's Tucker's great strength. Is how many times has he done this? He's had to rebuild teams. It doesn't always happen straight away, but like even their least successful season, they finished 4th, and I think they got to 2 finals. I mean, that's incredible. And when the kind of time comes when Tucker decides it's time to go, I think it'll not be until then we appreciate just how incredible he has been at this level.
The thing is, the Talbot have a good budget, but they are not willing to go to the lengths that some other clubs are wanting to go to. I mean, your Johnson Burrows, your Troons, Clydebank last season,
Pollock historically,
Darville's before, could all outspend the Talbot. The Talbot just refused to do that. And don't get me wrong, I believe that part of that is to do with the tax bill that they got hit with a few years ago, where it wasn't great for them. But they're very sustainable, and Tucker's no.
See if you're a player, right, and Tucker's coming talking to you, and Johnson Burrow, Darville, Pollock are talking to you. What do you want? You want guaranteed success, don't you? So I would personally, take less of a wage to guarantee success.
I think there's probably a few players who have made the other call there for obviously the financial reason, and then within maybe 3 or 4 months have been like, it's maybe not as better, is it?
You're still getting potentially 120, £150 a week to go to the Talbot. It's not like you're getting £40 a week, you know what I mean? No, but I completely agree with what you're saying. The point I'm making is that's greediness for certain players, because we know we've heard certain players have had options and not done it. It's mad.
But it is like, like again, there's a lot of teams doing projects, as it were, that there's been some successes. We've seen like Darville won a title, they did that Scottish Cup result, but it's no like take Mick and John away for that. It's not lasted.
No.
And it's Auchinleck have lasted.
Look at co-winning.
Even Pollock, as you say, I know Pollock are a lot like more historical in terms of the kind of legacy they've got at the level, but they're kind of struggling now.
I've seen it in my time playing at this level, right? Maryhill were massive, went down in divisions, dropped right down every division. Johnson Burrow did it. where they were winning Scottish Cups, Premier Leagues, dropped in every division. Benburn did it, where they were a real top team in the top flight, dropped in every division. Pollock have dropped in, granted only once. Meda have collapsed. Darvel look like they're maybe going to go that, no quite collapsed, but they're having real issues. You don't see it with Talbot.
Do you know what was really heartening for me this year? I know I'm a referee man, but seeing Kieran Healy, Kieran has had these injury problems over the last couple of years with Talbot. He had a lot of options, and he went back to Renfrew.
Yeah.
Renfrew don't pay a lot of money, and it was nice. Okay, Renfrew, it's lovely to see him back, and he's struggling at the moment with a couple of niggles. But it's a guy who just went, do you know what? I just want to play football, and he's no went to XXX club for extra amount of money. I think that's the way Talbot attract players go. By the way, you'll not get the best money, but you'll be looked after. You'll get the best of training gear. You'll get the best looked after, and you'll be challenging for trophies every year. Surely, if you get ambition as a player, that should far outweigh the financial.
I remember talking to Butch about it, and Butch was always very big on when they won the Scottish Cup on the Sunday, they would rewatch the game at the club with the fans. Everybody would have a drink. They'd have a real community feel, and you're like, see, for me, granted,
Arnie said the exact same.
Butch, Arnie, they've all won everything at this level.
And they're all still in the level. They're all still coaching. Like Paul K. Bonnet and Willie and Colin at Kilburn. You trace their kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? But you trace their kind of, the kind of person who kind of helped them through is Tucker.
Yeah. I know Stevie White's in with Tucker just now, but for me, the ideal next manager for Auckland is Arnie.
I'd actually agree with you. I think it probably will be Whitey, but
I think it will be.
I agree with you. I think Arnie will be great, but
I think that probably would be the plan. I'd imagine though, like the likes of Arnie, even like, I mean, Butch would probably have looked at it back in the day. I don't know what,
I don't see.
Like, but Arnie, you would think the kind of he's done his time at Largs.
What he's done at Largs
is that the next step? I don't think. I mean, just speaking to folk, I don't think there's any sign of stop him.
Tucker's in his mid to 50s. You know what I
I
mean?
think well, he's just maybe just turning 60 short.
He's
Tucker
not
can
an
be
old
here
man.
as long as he wants.
He's not an old man, you know what I mean? And it's definitely interesting. We welcome. Do you know, to be honest with you, I think that I think we've been very talkative. This not only we're done with our interviews by this point, but it's been good. It's been good having a lot of good football chat on this.
Tucker's 61 tomorrow.
Well, there you
So
go.
happy birthday, Tucker.
Happy birthday, Tucker. Now,
In advance.
will you be top of the league on your birthday?
He's actually probably the quietest manager
Yes.
in the Premier in junior football.
He's very unassuming. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll hear from my old co-pilot Dak about their game against Thornleywood with Gartcairn today. But remember, if you want to get in touch with us on WhatsApp, it's 07396 717412. That's 07396 717412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at SatFootballLive. Give us a shout, get any questions or anything you want to talk about, and we'll be right back after. boys room, but he's just returned, so we're all right. I hope you've enjoyed the first hour of the show so far. It's been a great chat we've been having with the guys. Any questions you want to ask or anything you want to talk about, then don't hesitate to get in touch with us. You can get us on WhatsApp at 073 96 717 412. That's 073 96 717 412, or on X and Instagram at Sat Football Live, or you can get us in the comments section on YouTube. If we have any issues this week, because I'm getting my wee Wi-Fi issue popping up on the screen. If there's anybody watching on YouTube, keep us informed if there's any sound problems like we had last week. Hopefully there won't be. But we've gone through the Lower League, we've gone through the Premier League in the West of Scotland. Now it is time to move on to the First Division, and then we've got a cracker in the First Division. Gartcairn sitting in second place, playing fifth place Thornywood. A real top game, only 3 points separating both sides. We're going to hear from my good mucker Dak, who is coach at Gartcairn, on how he feels the squad has started the start of the season, and if they're happy with how the squad's been after Gartcairn Scott having a really bad season last year after the points deduction.
Yes, and obviously the change in manager wasn't really a surprise when you actually see the kind of problems they had. But again, a gamble, because Ryan and Darren really good in terms of what they've done in the game from a playing point of view, but coaching wise, obviously early stages, and you say bringing Dak in. I think Dak's actually quite a good person to have for Ryan and Darren, because he knows the level. He'll obviously
his contacts are very good.
Yes,
that's where Dak for me comes into his own. And
yes,
as much as I don't like to praise him, he's his contacts at the level are excellent, and he knows everybody. So that's, I think, like you're saying, I think it's a great addition for them.
Yeah, and they've had that, obviously they're kind of off-field troubles and things like that, and like I say it a lot, coming down can sometimes be the best thing for a team. Gartcairn though shouldn't be down, but it is just the way it's unfolded. But they're more than equipped to go back up, and they've made that start. And that league, again, we talk about it so many times, that league is just ridiculous. Like, the amount of teams in there that you wouldn't be surprised at all if they go up, but you also wouldn't be surprised if they go down. It's just that crazy a league.
Do you know, I actually think the league is a wee bit different this season. I know Arthur were quite comfortable at the end of the day last season. I think in terms of the top place, a gap might open up this season.
I think there is a split in the league.
I do. I think your top 9 might be a wee bit separate from your bottom half of the league. I don't necessarily mean the teams that are in that position just now, but
I would narrow that down. I think you're
being top 4 or 5.
I was going to say top 6. I think are probably the ones you could probably pick right now. See, before the season started, I think you could probably pick your top 6 that are going to go up, and then you always get that fluctuating 2 that will then make up the 8 to go up. As Scott quite rightly said, Dan Barr and Ryan have had fantastic senior careers. Dak could be that way as much as we love him. We love Dak, and he's an absolute madman. Some of the messages he sends, my message has been ridiculous. And night suits sitting in the back of taxis, and he's phoning my messages, and I'm like, Dak, you just shut up, will you? But we love you, Dak. What you said there, Dak knows everybody at this level, and I think that's a jewel in the crown where Ryan and Darren are tapping into, and he can get the players, he knows the level, he knows the guys. Ryan and Darren, they were at RJ18s.
Did really well actually.
Done extremely well. So they'll be able to tap into that sort of pro youth market, and if you can mix that with a decent blend of senior, experienced junior players, then Gartcairn shouldn't be in this league next year.
I think they've got a first goal of the game.
Oh, I forgot. I've been enjoying the chat so much. I forgot that the games have started. Scott, on you.
Rutherglen and Glencairn 1, St Cadoc's 0, a Ryan McManus penalty.
I've also got another one from my good friend, Knightswood 0, Fanart 1.
Oh, surprising there. I tell you, we're going to come back to some of the games.
That was a penalty as well, I believe.
For me, I think that St Cadoc's are in for a real tough season. But enough of that. We're going to hear from the madman himself when I asked Dak how happy they are with the squad and the start of this season.
Guys, how you doing? Delighted with the start, but it's only the start, PG. Really happy with how the recruitment's went. Got a lot of good few younger boys in, a lot of energy into the team now. Great atmosphere amongst the boys, getting on really well, settled in really quickly. And to be fair, delighted with how they're taking on everything that Daz and extend myself for asking them to do. Training really hard, working really hard in the game. So it's been a good start, albeit a wee bit disappointing. A cup game at the weekend changed a few things up in that, but it's the excuse it was disappointing. We never really deserved it in the game. But our start in the league's been good, but as I said again, mate, it's a start, only a start. There's a long way to go with that as well, and it's early days in the season, and it's going to be a tough, hard season ahead.
Dax talking about a tough, hard season ahead. We've just got a goal for St Roch's against Whitlets. St Roch's are absolutely flying. If they can win this, 4 in the bounce in the first division, and that would be 12 points, and they're keeping a lot of pressure on the teams above them.
We've got quite a few goals coming in as well, actually, a few penalties. Ardee have taken the lead 1-0 against, I think that's Glasgow Perthshire. Cairo Crawford with a penalty. Bede have taken the lead away to Glenafton. I've yet to get a goal scorer. I'll get that as soon as possible. And I think that's
Glencairn have just scored from the penalty spot. Ryan McManus
Right.
firing them into an early
2 minutes late.
Des does this all the time. Des looking at stuff and doesn't hear what you say. He's a classic man. He's not a multitasker.
Listen, I'm a visual learner.
We're going to move on to the second division. We've touched on the big game, Blantyre and the Thorn, which is a really important one. But we'll go back to the signing of Callum Graham for Bells Hill. That's a huge signing. They've scored 19 goals in 5 games, nearly 4 goals a game, and then you're adding in a Premier League striker, Callum Graham's quality, into that division. That's huge.
That's when I seen it pop up last night. I actually had to read it twice to go, really? Is that where he's gone?
Well,
because
sorry, Des, we have a goal in our feature fixture in the third division. Glenvale have taken the lead against Port Glasgow Mackenzie with the goal in that game.
you must be gutted.
I'm devastated. There's a long time left, don't you worry about it. Petershill have just gone ahead as well, so that is Petershill 1-0.
I seen Petershill midweek. They played a bounce game against Pollock. I thought Petershill looked all right.
Well, they're playing Lanark for me today, and Lanark are not.
Oh, 1 each. Knightswood Fanart.
Oh well, that didn't last too long. Girvan have been 1-0 up against Lugar. Des, back to what you were saying there.
Yeah, I took in briefly part of a bounce game, Pollock and Petershill. I thought Petershill looked pretty decent. They were quite busy on the ball. They were mobile, moving around. Pollock, you can still see as a team in its infancy, so to speak. I think Pollock, I think Maxie and Chris and Josh, I think we need a year with this group just to get them used to the level and to get them match fit's not the word. Just to get used to the level, because it's an entirely different team, and it's a massive ask what Maxie's got to do this year up there.
I agree with that. The thing is, though, and again, I hope this doesn't happen, but as a fan base and a club like Pollock going to give Maxie that time that he needs, because they absolutely do need the time. It's well documented, obviously, the issues they've had with finances and things like that. But Maxie does need that time. He's brought in a lot of players for the kind of levels below who are making a big step up. Not that they're not ready, it's just like they aren't. If you're expecting some of those players to come in and make that immediate, have Pollock intention for promotion, that's not going to happen. Are they going to be happy with? I don't think there are any contenders for promotion, and I don't think Maxie would disagree with that. Well, it's just, is he going to get that time?
Well, also when Paul and I done the live show with him, he
didn't
hide from it.
Right.
And I would like to think that any Pollock fan would understand and can see what's going on here. That they've not won anything for 15 years. So this is a chance of a rebirth of a club almost, and that's exactly what it is. And with Maxie and Chris and Josh in there with a strong leadership team to coach young guys.
Yes, you'll be happy, man. Ran through a 1-0 up against Hurlford.
Super.
Fife with a goal there, and we have a goal.
Fixture,
Yes,
another extra goal line.
Sean Fife has scored for Brentford, and then he's collided with the post finishing it. So he's,
that doesn't surprise me.
I've actually got a photo here as well. So,
Lying on the deck.
yes.
That's for people watching. Darvel have gone 1-up against Vale Clyde. Moving back to the second division, Bells Hill are looking a real force to be reckoned with. There's a couple of teams in that league. I think it's a really interesting league this season. We have Bells Hill, Thorn. I think 3 are going to be really good. Blantyre are looking strong for the start. Lesmahago under Darryl Meikle bringing in most of the players for Lanark last season who really got promoted for that league.
Yeah. That's very interesting.
That they'll be a good side as well.
I was initially surprised when I heard that, right? Because obviously I know Darryl a wee bit, but I didn't know when he. I thought it was incredible what he did last year at Lanark to get them up, and then I'd heard, well, he's maybe going to Lesmahago, and I'm like, why would you go down after you've taken a team up? And then obviously I think it's well known now that he's history with Lesmahago, and I think he'll see that as I can do this again.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. And his team know they can do it. They'll have to believe.
I think
Lanark, his former club, have just pulled a goal back against Peters Hill after Robbie Young had scored the opener with a penalty. It is McDonald on the 9th minute. The goal scorer on the Glenafton and Bede game is Tam Collins.
What a penalty should be. You'll be watching tonight to see if they're all penalties.
I'm going to be watching them. When are we on Monday? Tuesday.
We have a goal in the Dorai and Glasgow United game. Glasgow United have taken the lead surprisingly there, 1-0 at Glasgow United.
What do we make of that? I like to ask everybody what their thoughts are on the kind of Harry Redknapp, like ex-pro kind of revolution that's happening at Glasgow United. Like
nonsense.
It's no work.
It's no work, but like again, like you think of like Effie Ambrose getting in there, right? And I think it's a bit of comedy show to it where I probably turned up late for the first game.
That's see what you just said there. The fact that they started the game without 11 players. To wait for Effie Ambrose to turn up, to me, it's not even amateur. It's not even schoolboy. It's an absolute disgrace. Absolutely disgusting.
But a lot of people think.
How do the subs feel?
Aye, but a lot of people think, they've got David Goodwillie, who will score goals, no doubt. David Templeton, keep him fit, could easily still play at the top, not Premiership, but he could play in the leagues. Effie Ambrose is not, all due respect, should not be playing in the West of Scotland 3rd Division. But what's the one word that doesn't come to mind when you think of those 3 players? Is pace.
Aye.
Right. Is Shuey still there?
Shug's still there, yeah.
Shug needs to have 8 players who could win gold at the 100 metres every year. Like, do you know what I mean? Like that, there's no pace when you think of those 3, and that's not enough.
If you're a Glasgow United player and you're on the bench starting with not 11 players, how do you feel? How do you garner?
I would just assume that there wasn't a lot.
I was the same. I assumed they only had 10 players.
That's what I thought.
I just assumed.
That's what I thought.
Do you know?
Sorry, I don't know. Right, I don't know. But it's embarrassing if that's
I would be amazed if there is sub sitting and they've actually had to not postpone a game, but I think it was like a 20-minute delay or something. Surely the league need to step in.
And why is he late?
See, for me, I think it's great. Do you know? See if it was done properly, it'd be great for a level you're saying we get Effie Ambrose playing you. David Templeton Temps is still quality, right? I mean, honestly,
put somebody next to the legs. You seen with Drumchapel?
I seen him at the drum, and he was quality. Goodwillie will score goals. I mean, he's proven that at higher levels. But it's well done, Glasgow United for getting these players in. But it's a bit of a farce as well because they're not reaping any rewards yet, and it's just a bit of nonsense. And we're going to listen to Glenvale manager Lewis McKim on how he feels this season started, and I asked him, is promotion the aim for this season? So sitting in 9th, but 1-up against the mighty Port Glasgow at the moment. So here's what Lewis had to say.
Definitely, it's got to be, especially with the 8 places available. We obviously struggled at the start of last year, had a tough couple of months up until January, and even at that we finished 9th. So I would be looking to improve a lot on that, and I think we've got a lot better squad this year than what we had last year. So the aim's definitely got to be promotion.
I think that's fair to say. And I think that this Glendale team have enough about them that promotion should be a possibility for them.
I've looked at the kind of top two leagues and thought 45 points should be enough. I don't think you're going to need that in the other three leagues just because there is a potential of teams to run away with it. I don't think, even though we're looking at the second division now and it looks so compact, I think 40 should be enough to get you up 2-0 lead, I've just been told.
Oh, wow, that's a really good start for McNaughton's team.
But I mean, it is just a case of if you can get to that 40-point barrier based on what's going to happen above you, and again, they've no control over it, but if you can get 40 points, I'll be stunned if you're no top 8 or 9.
Dorai have equalised. That is 1-1 with Dorai and Glasgow United. What really impressed me this season is Glasgow Uni.
Yeah, they've been really good. Yeah.
I mean, they obviously get absolutely battered for Dorai, who I think Dorai are going to have a really good season as well. I think they're a team who could be pushing to try and win the title. You're looking at, I think, Glasgow Uni, Knightswood, Port Glasgow and Dorai. Those 4 teams, I think, could be really looking to try and win a league. And I actually think you could maybe throw a Craig Mark in there if they can get a bit of consistency. I know Kello are up there. I just don't see Kello being able to hold on for that long, but they've had a very good start to the season. But Glasgow Uni, I mean, it's been a tremendous start to the season.
I think as well, I think they've kept the majority of their players, and again, like the old kind of rule with uni teams is you need to wait until the intake comes in to find out where they're at completely. But looking at the kind of players that scored the goals, it's like looking at Tony Ferrer and Callum Logan, the boy for Dice, who I think was there last season. It's players that they've kept, and with a uni team, again, you're not going to have that core for like 3 or 4 years, but again, like the way the start they've had, they're sitting really good. And again, that's Friday night. They're going to have Friday night at home is going to be their kind of plan every week, but they need to keep it going. But I would be a wee bit concerned of losing the goals they've lost. But again, I know they had that kind of freak result against O'Reilly. It's just, can they tighten up at the back, because they're going to need to.
The uni teams are usually, I include Stirling United, notoriously slow starters because they don't start properly until end of August, September time. So the fact that they picked up 15 points from 6 games in the middle of August, end of August, I think that's a big win for them.
Yeah, it bodes well. And as you say, the difficulty will be when it comes to also like the natural breaks, like October holidays, Christmas holidays, Easter holidays, and where these players come from, and it just depends upon the motivation from. But Glasgow University they're very well backed. They've got absolutely fantastic facilities up at Gartcairn.
Yeah.
So everything's there for them to be a footballer. Exactly the same as Stirling University, who are also playing in the lower league. These guys up there are on scholarship. So I think Stirling University and Glasgow are different. The fact that Stirling University offer these guys that have dropped out of senior football to then go and have a second chance.
Stirling United have a really good record as well with players going in as well. There's a couple in the SPFL at the moment, and there's one. Finmoff, I think it is. He's been, well, as I know, there's a few clubs. I know Hamilton were looking at him before they get into their mess. The boy Cragen ended up playing with Partick Thistle and Falkirk. I think he's now at Edinburgh City, is he? I think he's at Edinburgh City. So, I remember refereeing him when he was at Stirling University, or was it Edinburgh University? One of the two. But I remember refereeing him, and I was watching him playing, and I thought, you're at a different level for these guys around you.
You usually stand out. And the goal scorer for Beeve is Christian Gegga, and we have a goal at Buffs Park. Colinnan 0, shots Bonner called 1, Mark McKenzie there. So Squid getting the goal, still kicking a bit. It's unbelievable the amount of goals he scores as he's entering his twilight years in the footballing world. The goal scorer for Dorai was Jamie Catlow. The Catlow brothers are really good at that level. I'm surprised somebody's not tried to take them before. Moving on to the 4th division, our final interview of the start of the show. Spoke to Tam Devine, the manager at Kirkintilloch, and we've already touched on it with the featured fixture about how impressive a start it's been for Kirkintilloch. Irvine Vicks, they've won 4, lost 2, which I think is a pretty solid start. And in normal circumstances, you're saying, well, that's guaranteed top 3 promotion. But I think that Ben wants to win the league this season, losing to Eglinton last week, which was a real surprise result.
From a win.
Give it a really good start.
Yeah, really good. Eglinton won 3 and drawn 2, so themselves and Kirkintilloch are the only 2 in the league that are still undefeated. That was a bit of a sore one, Des, for Ben and his team. when you're looking at today's fixtures, where Irvine Vicks,
They had the Merrymass last night.
Merrymass, they battled 5-0 last night, which is a bit disappointing for them. But then you've got Eglinton today. They are playing, if I can actually find it with my eyes. I don't think Eglinton are playing today, are they? But you're looking at teams about them who can get a wee bit of distance between themselves, which is probably not something that they would want to be looking at. This.
No, absolutely not. I think last week Eglinton's win against Irvine Vicks was probably the result of the weekend for me, if I'm being perfectly honest. And it'd have been a sore one for Ben to take, knowing how proud an Irvine man he is, and obviously he worked with us, and then go and get him beat again. Irvine Vicks, I thought Ben getting in there would have gave it that jag that it needed. Okay, they didn't have a great season last year, but this year he's got his full team in there. He can go for it. I hate to say this, but I just don't see it kicking off for them.
I think it depends what happens when they play Kirlook. See if they can keep within touching distance.
I think Kirlook are the
They're targets.
They're out ahead. But do you know what? See if Eglinton can just keep on there and keep putting the pressure in. I thought Eglinton, I said it quite openly last week with Johnny, I thought Eglinton were punching above the weight. I didn't think Eglinton not saying I don't think they're as good as that. I didn't expect them to be as good as that. But if they can keep that going, and if Vicks keep picking up wee hiccups here and there, I don't know.
That's the thing. We talk about Eglinton, and I completely agree with you. I thought that they were maybe punching a wee touch above their weight at this early stage of the season. In their 4 games, excluding last week, they've conceded 1 goal, and that's great. I mean, I'm a big advocate at this level. If you can go a goal a game conceding, you're always in with a shout at winning games. And the fact that they're having clean sheets.
They've only conceded 4 goals all season.
Aye, and three were last week.
Aye.
You know what I mean? So that's why, for me, it's really impressive. But we'll hear from Kirlook manager Tam Devine. I asked them what was the big change for this, the reason they're getting their consistency this season, because that was last season. They were very hot and cold. So I've asked Tam what the big change was, and this is what he had to say on it.
So I wouldn't say we've made any major, massive changes during the season. I think probably it's been more a continuation of the good things that we were doing in the second part of last season. We're really pleased with the players that we've come in and we've targeted to accommodate and support the squad that was already had done really well in the second part of the season. Last season we started with, after 10 games, we only had 7 points. And we finished the season for October, November, and was really, really strong. So we've added players to help with that. We've added some real quality at the top end of the pitch. Last season we relied quite a lot on Mikey Downs as our core striker. So we've added Gary, Jacob and Nicky, who are really helping him, and that's adding goals to the four tally. But we've also kind of got competition now across every area of the pitch, and I think part of the consistency is probably players knowing that they need to perform at a certain level if they're going to be out, and we're not just relying on a core group of 13, 14 players.
I think that's a good point that it makes, and it makes a difference at any level. I mean, even looking at, for Tom's sake, at Celtic and Rangers at the moment, where there's not a massive amount of competition for every single position, and that's why you're seeing both teams are maybe not having the start of the season they'd like. Kirlook have got that competition now that Tam's talking about, and as we're talking about it, they've just taken the lead against St Peters, so they're now 1 up against St Peters, continuing that great start to the season. A Robbie Dunsmore goal puts them ahead. We've got a goal at Thrieve. Thrieve are 1-0 against Cambuslang, and Harry Officer with a goal there. Harry
Glencairn put 1 back against Beef. Mick Mullen with the goal.
Mick Mullen scores some amount of goals.
Mick Mullen and Shogcairn are very important.
They make some difference at that level.
I thought Shogcairn was quite harshly treated at Port. Not harshly treated by Magic, because the players got, but I think Shogcairn at Premier League level, he doesn't just score goals, he makes goals, and he makes defenders work for 90 minutes. If I'm a centre half playing against Shogcairn, I know I'm in for an absolute doing.
I think he's a very physical type player, but he goes for the goalies, and just to go back to
and by the way, off the pitch, he's completely opposite. He's the nicest guy in the world, you mean?
I think you find that a lot. But you look at like Thrieve, we were talking about them being a team who we're going to compete this season. Cambuslang, who for me have been a bit of a surprise package, but I think we're starting to see Cambuslang falling back into it.
I think as well with Cambuslang though, they've got, I mean, you mentioned about goal scorers like Carlos Lang. I know Cambuslang, you don't hear a lot about them, like they're not very good in social media, but they've got Carlos Lang, who is just going to score. I think he scored 35 goals last season.
Yeah.
Like,
And
and we mentioned about Arvin Vicks as well. Like Kevin Adams still scoring goals. A lot of these teams have got that kind of one player who, like, if Arvin Vicks scored the day, Kevin Adams will probably be the top of the list.
You look at Kevin Adams, who is a goal or two away from 200 goals for the club. Nicky Little is 2 goals away from 200 goals at Clydebank. You get guys like that. I mean, that's where Three, Harry Officer, Irvin, these guys score week in, week out. And you see, if you lose that, you are really struggling because everybody needs a good goal scorer.
See, if it wasn't for location, Harry Officer wouldn't be playing.
Oh, no chance. They would surely get moved on. I haven't never seen them, but I wax lyrical about them every week because every week doing this, they score goals.
I went and watched Threave a couple of years ago, and they were in the 4th division, and I was just so impressed with how they set about. And what I know they've obviously changed manager, but what was really impressive to me was their old manager Vinny was a goalkeeper,
right?
And you just don't have that thought of a goalkeeper having that kind of style of play. But
sorry to interrupt. We have a goal in a Premier League featured fixture. 1-0 to Troon. Massive goal there for Troon. We've got our roving reporter Johnny Bailey is at that game, so Johnny's just updated us that it's 1-0 to Troon. Sorry, Scott, continue. You were saying that.
So just like obviously as well, when like Danny Dumlington's come in, who was part of that team that Vinny established at Threave. Fraser Bills has come in for the south of Scotland. He had kind of led Abbey Vale to the title, so there's a really good connection, and they've brought a lot of players in for the south who are too good for the south, to be honest. So coming into the 2nd division, I think they're just a team that can go on and on as well.
I think the difficulty when we watch this on a Saturday, it's fine. The midweek games are the push for Threave, and it comes to later in the season.
They seem to have their consistency right now, though. Well, last season I felt like they were consistent to finish the season and got what they needed, but they had that middle patch, and it was really no as what you expected for it. And we got a goal at EK Thistle. EK are 1-0 up against West Park. Be interesting to see how that plays out for the end of the season. Campbelltown were 1-0 up against EKYM, but Kyle Rankin has just pulled a goal back at Campbell Park. So it is 1-1 with East Kilbride.
Lewis Lovering with the goal for Troon came from a corner.
That's the new signing coming in, doing well there. But look, we're going to be taking a quick break, and when we come back, it is my favourite part of the show. It will be Des's quiz. I hope you're all looking forward to it. And if you're listening, get involved and help me and Scott out for Scotland a wee bit. But remember, you want to get in touch. It's 07396717412. That's 07396717412. Or you can get us on Twitter or X, Instagram at SAP Football Live, and we'll be right back after the break. only 15 minutes away from the Lowland League starting, where I think we're going to have some cracking games. I don't know if this is just me, but for some reason I feel like the Lowland League, they don't like to score many goals in the first half of games. Every time I look at it, it's always really low scoring games in the first half. Then second half they come out flying and you end up with a nice amount of goals. But look, we've done our PG versus the pundits. We've went through our featured fixtures. We've chatted quite a bit about the league action and what's coming up. But now it is time for my favourite part of the show. It is.
It's the quiz. Here's your host, Des Roach, where we West of Scotland, Lowland League. Des Roach knows it all. The quiz, Saturday Live.
By the way, Toby's done you a turn there, saying you know all.
He sent me a text this morning saying me he's lost a jingle, and I was like, aye, right, okay. So I didn't know that was coming.
Right, so Des, first question, on you go.
Right, I've got numerous here, right, okay. So, last week, between the league games and the South of Scotland Cup, there was 36 games. How many away wins were there?
I mean, she's hanging with that. How are we supposed to know that?
Because you're a West of Scotland football fan.
I could not tell you how many away teams won. Now, Des, this is just bitterness on your part because myself and Johnny pulled your trousers down and gave you a bum a wee scalp last week.
I'm just asking.
But,
I'm asking you a factual question.
Right.
A factual question.
36 games.
Aye.
Scott, would you like to hazard a guess at this?
14.
14? I would. I probably would have went with about 11, but we'll go with 14. We'll go with 14.
So Des win. It was 18.
18.
So half of the fixtures were away wins.
That's interesting. All right, Des, one up.
Okay.
Okay, on you go, Des.
So we talk about the Lowland League being pretty low scoring, right? It's always not that much in it. How many goals were scored in those 36 fixtures?
Is that Des?
You know, ask like,
Des,
who was the first manager?
Oh, come with that. Come with that.
Scott, this is how petty he is. He doesn't like these lows last
Wait a
week.
minute. He's been all day. Who won the pundits? Who won the pundits?
This is how petty you are.
No. I'm actually asking you a factual question.
That you.
If you do your research, you would know that.
How many goals in 36 games, right? I'm going to go average 4 goals a game, 144.
136.
170. 4.7 goals per game.
Right, Des, you're 2 up now, right, Des? What was your grandmother's maiden name? Do we try and guess that?
Right, okay. Which Premier League team have scored the least amount of goals?
Right, see, that's a tough question, but it's fair.
Up until today. Which Premier League team have scored the least?
I'm going to say Shots.
Shots is good enough for me.
Beef. One.
One?
Was it?
Oh, there you go, Des. You're battling us here. Right. What's your next one, Des?
Okay, a wee lateral thinking one.
All right. You ready for it, Scott?
Mm-hmm.
Which annual holiday can you have at home?
Which annual holiday can you have at home? Right. I'm going to need a wee bit more. Can you use a wee bit more?
No, that's it.
No, of course you can. Of course you can, Des. Petty Des strikes again. Okay, let's see.
I think this is actually quite an easy one.
Which annual holiday can you have at home? Right, so is this a West of Scotland question?
Of course it is.
Right, so I'm trying to think of names of teams' parks. So do we have anybody that has
I'm going to say Home Park.
See, Home Park is...
Home Park's Clydebank.
Yeah, that was what I did think that. Do we have anybody that has a holiday themed name at the home park? Christmas and Easter, I don't know.
Springfield. Is there a Springfield? There's a Springfield Park somewhere, but I don't know if it's West. Somebody plays at Springfield Park, but I don't know.
It's not a West one, I don't think. Des is going to get this one, isn't he?
Either home.
Do you know what? I've had this book open for the whole time. I'm thinking Scots.
I didn't even know this was coming.
What? Can you read me the question again?
Which annual holiday can you do at home?
Just the home park thing just makes too much
Because you
sense.
said home.
Aye, home park.
Home park.
But what annual holiday would that be though?
Have we finished? Have we done?
No, yeah, you go geese it then.
Yeah.
Easter house.
That's all right. I'll get that.
Right, very good.
Easter house.
Okay.
But
Easter's an annual holiday.
I get that. But
At home house.
okay. I'll get that.
Okay.
Right, let's see the next one.
Which team play behind a pint pub?
A pink pub.
Is this a play on words? Or
No,
is it an actual
it's
pint
an
pub?
actual.
So there's a pink pub in front of the
Yes.
stadium where this team play, right?
And this is how I found this pitch.
Which team? If anybody on YouTube comments would like to help us out, that
I
would be
don't. I
great.
actually don't know that.
It's one of the ones. As soon as you hear it, you'll know it, and I can't.
I don't know if I will because I'm letting a pink pub would come to
Can
mind.
you give us
What division?
It's the West of Scotland Cup.
Aye, can you help?
You played there.
I
you
know I've
played
played at every single ground in the west of Scotland.
Right then.
Don't know. Saltcoats. I don't think it is
No,
Saltcoats.
because they've got
You've
the
got a caravan.
caravan
Aye.
park beside them.
Nah. Just because I can see Saltcoats.
Can you say, is it Central or Ayrshire?
It's one of them, aye.
Honest, that's fair because you beat him. Scott, we beat him last week and he does this. Oh dear.
I don't know. I'm proud of myself.
Is it
That's no.
Pink Pub?
I'm usually good with quizzes. That's it.
I don't know what it is.
Kello. You get to the pink pub and you take a wee ride.
Do you know, I've only ever played at Kello once. And that'd have been 2009 or something like that.
Well,
So
there's a part of that. It's way before you get to Ketch.
Just as you drive in, the pink pub's on your right hand side and you take the wee lane to the side of the pink pub.
I know the lane you mean. Right,
When's the last time you were in Kello?
I drove through it actually about 2 years ago.
you moved the
I'm
pub.
pretty sure that pub is not. No
Is it
longer-
now white?
I actually don't think it's a pub now.
Yes. Right, that's a
Only reason
No,
it's
it's
my
not.
missus
Right,
wants-
okay.
what's
Which team played closest to the Russian capital?
I think I'll get this because
And
I know
the west of Scotland.
Yes, because there's
I
a.
mean, is this a lateral thinking one?
So
So
what
you've got
I'm
Moscow
assuming, I think
Moscow and Ayrshire then?
there's a place in Ayrshire called Moscow. I'm trying what's the closest. It would probably be an Irvine team, I would assume.
How close to Kelly is
I don't know.
Moscow?
It's closer to Irvine.
Is it?
Aye.
So I'll need to
But
rely.
I don't know if there's a team in between. I'm going to just.
Because I know the generalish area that Moscow's in, but I don't know.
I'm just going to say it's one of the Meadow. It's Meadow or Vix, but
Well, who else is doing that?
you've got Meadow,
Vix.
Irvine, Vix, but
Ardrossan's too far away.
Ardrossan's too far away.
Saltcoats are too far away.
Too far away. The only thing I'm thinking is you maybe thinking. Nah, I'm going to say Meadow or Vix. I'm going to just go Vix.
Darvel.
Is
it? It's on the left hand side of the M74. M77.
Right, Des. 6-0 to you.
It's not actually the Russian capital, is it?
Oh, it's not the capital. Des. I had 2 questions in a row now. You need to up your game.
Aye, very good.
Honestly, so that's the quiz done.
That's the quiz done.
Des, can you not be so bad?
I'm not bad.
And-
Just general questions. If you're not
Yes.
a pundit, you're a commentator on.
Yeah, we've got a few goals just between there.
So,
It's
look-
one each, Auchinleck.
Oh, on each of that.
Kyle McAvoy with the goal.
So,
Ah.
Mr. Gordon, if you look, I have got every result from last week,
Aye, but
and I've got
but you had no idea until you sat and specifically counted through them all.
because that's my job.
2-0
Honestly.
2-0 shots.
2-0
Alan
shots.
Norton with a goal, and just a couple. I did see a couple there. I've got to move back to them. 1-0 Johnson Borough, Ian McShane. That'll be a big goal for him.
2-0 to St Roch's against Whitlets. Whitlets having a real tough time. Vale of Clyde pulled one back against Darvel. Cali Locals have gone 1-0 up away to Bonneton.
Did you see Danny Boyle left then?
Did he?
Yes.
We're now 3-0 to St Roch's.
Mhm.
So who's in there then?
I think Boy Mackey is taking like full charge, but obviously there was a co-manager
Right.
situation. But Danny Boyle obviously been there. He's been there whenever Ross failed, so he's been there a while. So it's I don't know whether again it's maybe just personal reasons but there was no
We
information.
have a goal in our featured fixture for the first division, gents, and it puts your noses in front in the PG versus the pundits. Gartcairn have gone 1-0 up with a Kyle Hutton goal. Lanark are now 2-1 up against Petershill. Wishaw with a surprise lead against Villa leading in the 4th division. Johnson Borough, as you said, 1-0 up against Porlock. 2-0 Renfrew. Massive result there, Des.
Brilliant.
You must be really pleased with that. So that's some good goals coming in there.
See, to be fair, we spoke to Jimmy last week after the game, and I know it was a 5-4 against Fnac, but he'd said about the games that we had, other than the doing that we took at the start of the season, Renfrew have only been losing by 1 goal. It's been really, really tight. And the fact that we're moving back to New Westland Park in the next couple of weeks, I think we'll get a wee bit of impetus from that.
2-1 to the Talbot. Talbot are now 2-1 up just before half time. That's a massive one there.
St Peter's are level against Kilduck.
Oh,
Regan McCarthy with the goal.
Well, that's quite interesting. We'll hear from Johnny pretty soon about the Troon and Talbot game. That must be a huge boost for Tucker's team getting in at half time. But Jimmy won't be happy with Troon leading with such a short period left in the first half, because that can make a big impact right when the goals are scored. 2-1 to the Talbot. What do we think about that one?
That's what Talbot do, isn't it? Go behind and come back stronger. And again, like we're mentioning about the kind of goals they have as well, and we kind of spoke about this. They have just so much depth in terms of goal scoring that they are capable of getting a goal from anywhere. And again, you feel that whoever wins that will be in just such a good position.
And you don't see Talbot throwing away leads.
No like that. It's the
I'll tell you on this kind of game.
But anything can happen. I mean, they've already went behind. We've got a goal at Les Mexico after we were talking up Darrell's team. They're 1-0 down to 4th, and Giffnock have taken the lead against BSC away from home. That's 1-0 there in the 40th minute. Brinkworth with the goal. A Stramash in the goal mouth. Three shots blocked and eventually one in at the back.
Apparently the Talbot, I've just been told the Talbot goal was a thing of beauty.
Oh, interesting. I look forward to seeing that. Aldeer have doubled the lead. It's 2-0 there. Aldeer, Thomas Miller with the goal for that one.
Aldeer are hitting a wee bit of form now, aren't they?
Just it's needed.
Yeah.
Sean, I think Sean's back. I know he was away for a wee bit. I think he's back now, so glad to see him back in the dugout, and hopefully that he can help kind of kick Aldeer on, because I was really impressed with them last season, and again they just fell a wee bit short just due to kind of how deep the league was. But I thought they've done some really smart business, and I think they can kick on again this season.
I would expect them to kick on.
Ross Clark with a goal for Talbot. It's like you said, goals come in for different places because you're expecting Connor Boyd scoring most weeks, Kyle McAvoy with the first goal. That is such an important thing, and you see it teams across, even at professional levels and the top teams. You're generally looking at you're getting 5 and 6 different players getting close to double figures, and that's where it becomes so important. And again, that you touched on with Big Neely scoring a couple of goals this season. See if you've got a centre half who, with his physical presence and how dominating he is
in both areas.
See if you've got somebody like that who, all being at teams where, see if you've got a centre half that can chip in with 8-9 goals a season. It is absolutely massive, and he's one of those players that's. It's getting to half time now.
They're a really good partnership.
It's now 2-0 Gartcairn.
Oh, that's a big one for that game there.
Jordan Moore.
I think Alkinlett's defence is actually sensational when you actually look at it. I think they've been playing Ross and Scott Schoenville at centre back, and I think Neil's been playing right back, which is somebody who kind of knows Neil and knows he's a centre back first and foremost. But the fact he's been kind of playing right back says to me that I think Tucker's kind of quite happy for Neil. He wants obviously Ross and Scott to be that kind of two at the back, and I think they'll maybe even be going to a three sometimes. I'd imagine when they don't have the ball,
which probably makes them more attacking as well.
And like they've got goals in wide areas. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing with Auchinleck, and again, like Tucker's one of the best coaches we've ever seen at this level. So
I don't think he'd be surpassed.
I think longevity kind of trumps everything, because I don't think you can get that level of longevity anymore, and it's very difficult to see anybody else doing it.
Jordan Moore with the Gartcairn.
Yep. Dorai have scored another goal there, so they're now 2-1 up against Glasgow United.
1-0 Rob Roy about Cumbernauld.
Cumbernauld is a team and this is not something I'm not saying this as in that I think that the management team should be moved on. But Williams Finney, I feel like they should be doing a better job there. It's
a difficult situation. Like they've had a lot of change. I'm trying to think. Like obviously, like Tommy and Sean were there for a while. I think Sean was there himself for a bit, and then Spenny and Willie came in. So, and again, they're maybe in a similar position where there's kind of teams around them who are in a better position to get players in. Like I think as well, Cumbernauld are just there at the moment. They were a Premier team. They're a well-established Premier team. They'll know that now. It's just do you want to be there?
They're a middle of the road first division team. That's what
they should be. They should be.
Because let's be honest, I look back to when I started playing 20 years ago at this level, and they were a first division team who were massively on the rise. And then they became an established Premier League side. They had some top quality players there. And it's just, they seem to have fallen away. But Tam and Sean looked like there was signs of improvement there, and it's really not materialised. Nielsen have just taken the lead against Muirkirk. That's 1-0 to Nielsen. The top two in last season's second division, battling it out. 1-0 to Nielsen there. They're having a really good start, to be honest with me. That's 3 wins. If they win this, that's 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
2 defeats. I think
another team that's got a lot of firepower. Like they brought in the boy Ingram for Saltcoats. Dylan Fletcher still there. I think Dale McNabb's still there. They've just got a lot of attacking talent.
I wouldn't. I mean, I know Andy Whiteford well, and he's a friend. He's got massive potential. Briggerlee's a great place. I'm not, and I don't mean this bad, Andy, but I think Muirkirk will still be right in this game.
I wouldn't even dream of not mentioning Ross. Muirkirk, the job he's done there has been remarkable.
And Muirkirk have never been this high and flying so well for a number of years. I think this game, and I actually think, and to sort of counter my argument, I think that Nielsen and Muirkirk will be right in there at the end of the season, both teams.
I think Muirkirk will struggle to make top 8.
Do you?
I do. I think they'll struggle with it. Now, if they lose today, they've won 1 and 6. Only lost 2, granted. But I think it'll be
I don't think top 8 will be. It'll be a target like in their minds, but it's like I wasn't expecting the top 8. I was just expecting them to kind of not be whipping boys,
consolidate,
and like Ross. I don't think they overachieved last season. I think, but as well, you look at where they're at. I mean, even last season at the start, nobody was thinking they'd get promoted, but you thought they would do well.
Apologies, gents. We're going to go to Johnny Bailey at Troon and Talbot.
Afternoon.
Johnny, how are we, my man? Looks like a cracking game you've got in your hands. We were very good, thanks. Looks like a good one. You've got 2-1 to Talbot, 2 late goals in the first half. How's it been?
It's been great. It's been really good to watch. 2 really good teams. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Not much in the way of chances, but good football played on both sides. Troon took the lead. Lewis Lovnick header for a corner. And then Auchinleck got up the park, and Kyle McAvoy, what a finish, man. Wait till you see this in the highlights. It's more like a top corner stream at the end, but it takes one touch with his left foot on the half turn, and then in the same action, he just strikes it with his right foot 19 yards, just right in the bottom corner. A great finish, and then Talbot starts a wee bit of pressure on, break down the right hand side. Ross Smith gets by a couple of a wee bit scrappy, but he gets the break of the ball and puts the ball past Dale Burgess in the net to give Talbot a 2-1 lead at half time. But I've really enjoyed it. It's been great.
The Troon have taken the lead early doors. Did they look like the team who were possibly more in control and the Talbot fought back later on, or has it just been an even contest?
It's been an even contest, to be honest, mate. I'd say Troon went ahead, and then they were. I actually said I was standing with one of my old teammates, and I said to him, I says, Troon are fairly comfy here. They're pretty settled, but then, as I say, Auchinleck just do what Auchinleck do, and then they're 2-1 at half time. You know what I mean? It's just, it's incredible what they do. It just, Troon will be going at half time, wondering how they're behind, to be honest, because as I said, there's not been much in the way of chances. Auchinleck are just really half chances really well.
What are you thinking for the second half? Will the Talbot kick on, or do you think Troon will get enough to pull it back?
I don't know, it depends how Troon start the second half, to be honest. Troon will need to come out and creating a bit more like actual chances. There was very little like the kind of forward players. Lewis Loving had a really good chance halfway through the second half to get him behind, and probably should have done better. Hit the target, was good save there, but maybe should have probably player had thought should score. But I would say Troon have got to start the second half right, get on top of Auchinleck and put them under a wee bit of pressure, because if they just try and go into the second half, Auchinleck will just kill it, I think.
Johnny, thank you very much. We'll hopefully come back to you at the end of the game.
Right, cheers, lads, all the best. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. See you later. Well, there we go.
I think the key phrase that Johnny said there is Auchinleck do what Auchinleck do.
It becomes almost too much for the amount of times that we talk about this, and it's ridiculous the amount of times they can claw it back, but it's still a long way to go in this game. But we're going to go to Jordan Orr at Cumbernauld against Cumbernauld against Drumchapel.
PG, how are you?
Jordan, I'm very good, mate. It's great to have you back on the show. How are you, sir?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. How's things?
Oh, it's been great. We're having a good chat in the studio. We've got Des and Scott McPike in. We're having a good one. Now, tell me, how is Cumbernauld and Drumchapel United going so far?
It's been a good game so far. Cumbernaud's kind of bossing lines, share of possession. Drumchapel's kind of feels as if they're trying to kind of take the sting out of the game a wee bit, and kind of look to break when Cumbernauld lose the ball in the final third. Cumbernaud's obviously trying to get a wee bit of intensity in the game. They're pinning Drumchapel right in, but as I say, every time they kind of bog us out the pitch, obviously it's game management, try to kind of slow the game down again. There been a couple of meaty tackles. Swifty and Hope's had a couple of entertaining shouts at each other at the side of the park as well. So I think it's been quite a good half for the neutral. Just obviously lacking a goal.
Well, just as you say, that is something we've spoken about earlier in the show, and it's something myself and you have spoken about last season. Cumbernauld defensively very sound, but they struggle to score goals. Only scoring 6 in 5.5 games so far this season. What do they look like they're going to score, or is it very much just a case of what they picked up for last season?
It's, as I say, Drumchapel's defending really well. That's kind of combined with a wee bit of indecision in the final third. Don't get me wrong, there's been a couple of decent breaks that we've had, and you know, Jamie Collins having a really good game against the boy Mills at left back, who again, that's a good battle there. But we're just kind of lacking that, you know, that final pass. It's just the wrong decision in the final third. Maybe a wee claim for a penalty. It's always kind of bouncing about a bit of ricochet, and I think the big boy McNiff's going to come through the back of Talbot, but it's one of the ones that, you know, if it goes against you, you're going to be absolutely raging. So we should be doing better than that. Obviously, we're not going to be clutching at straws, trying to get, you know, it's one of the ones you're going to ask for it, but it's no defining the game anyway.
Jordan, thank you very much, mate. We'll catch up with you after the game, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Cheers.
Well, form continues at Cumbernauld, as we've spoken about. No goals scored, no goals conceded. It's going to be a bit of
That screams very much
It's
over
going
with
to
Jordan.
be a very bland
That
season.
screams very much if there's a goal in that game. I know it sounds stupid, but there's one goal in that game. Like there's no two.
No,
That sounds it.
Certainly appears that way.
It's very. It must be frustrating for Cumbernauld fans going to watch that, where
And they're well supported.
That's the thing though, like again, and kind of linking this back to kind of senior football. If the performances aren't there but you're winning games, I don't think it matters.
Mhm.
It's when you're solid at the back but you're throwing. I think I can't remember what team it was. I think we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago. It was a team last season doing 14 games. Like
you had your Cumbernauld and stuff, had about 13,
Yeah.
14 draws in a league, and how can you be drawing half your games?
that's the thing, and if you are,
One goal, look at the difference that
Right.
one goal would
I
make to
know.
the points ratio.
and yes, you can say you're solid, but if you're not getting any points, like it's no long for a fan base to get concerned, and especially with so many promotion places, and Cumbernauld will want to be in that 8 and will feel they should be part of that 8. And I think a lot of people look at their squad and think they have the resources to be in those 8 teams going up. But if you're not scoring goals, you're not going to win the games, and that means you're not going to finish in that
And that's
top
why,
eight.
and let's be honest, that's why Fordy was brought in.
And but you need players
You need
about it. Bonneton has scored in the 48th minute to get an equaliser against Cali Locals just before half time. Yoker in the Scottish Cup are 2-0 up
I was going
against
to bring that
Clydebank.
up. Have you ever heard of a second round starting before the first round?
I know. Is it?
We've had the second round. This is the first game of that Scottish Communities Cup, which is obviously the junior cup.
Aye.
That's a second round game. The first round starts next week, but we've got Yoker playing in the second round this week.
That is exceptionally strange.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
That's how it works. Cumbernauld, I suppose they will be expecting to go up, but whether or not they do is a different matter. We've got a few minutes left before we go on our next break, and I think that the real talking point for me is you're looking at Talbot 2-1 up against Troon. You've got Gartcairn looking really comfortable in that first division, top end of the table clash.
That's two big statements.
Yeah.
If Talbot win this one today, they went 6 games undefeated, beating their nearest rivals, got their nose in front. They don't normally drop back to there. And then we got Gartcairn. Okay, Meadow played last night in the Minimus, but Meadow are coming off a big defeat, a crushing defeat. That'll be interesting to see how they come back for that, and what kind of team and what kind of resilience Jamie's got in there. This is a chance for Gartcairn to jump on it.
Mm-hmm. It's a big week for Gartcairn. Big week for St Roch's as well. They played 3 games. They've always said the kind of benefit of they've got the games in hand, but they look at another team who's just strengthened in attacking areas, and I think a really good coach in Ian Kennedy as well. It's just this is the week of Irvine Meadow not playing. You've got a target now. Like they're top of the league.
Mm-hmm.
Even Ardrossan as well, who I don't know if they've got a game this weekend. But you look at these teams and go, this is the weekend where we can really kind of take advantage of the fact that Meadow don't have a game.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think that these are weeks that you have to try and make count.
Ardrossan are at home to the Rock next week, so that's a big.
And Ardrossan actually, again, like you can kind of take with a pinch of salt some of the things that you're hearing with Ardrossan, but they've got a lot. You look at they've lost. The boy Wilson's went to Kilwinning.
Mm-hmm.
Hayden Ferris isn't there any longer, and the boy Curra, he's not there either. So they've lost their attacking line.
Is Hayden away?
I think so.
I don't he's on holiday at the moment.
I don't think he's there from what I heard.
And they're doing better this season.
Aye.
Because I was disappointed with them last season, but I think this season's been a really good start for them. They could be really pleased. I mean, obviously the medal win was a big one, but they've lost 1 in 5, and I think that they could be really happy with it. I think what we're looking at though is defensively they've been very sound, only conceding 4 goals. But look, we're going to be going to a quick break, and we will get the start of the second halves, and we will also get the first half starting in the Lowland League, and we'll see how that one's playing out. But remember, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396717412. That's 07396717412, or you can get us on Sat Football Live on X and Instagram. Any questions you have for myself or the guys, don't hesitate to get in touch with us. More than happy to answer anything you have. Excuse me, my voice is gone, so it's become a perfect time for a break. We'll be right back after. in games already. We have the Talbot 2-1 up after scoring late goals against Troon in the Premier League. We've got Gartcairn, who are comfortably ahead against Thornywood in the first division. In the first division, we've also got St Roch's keeping their 100% record going as they're ahead against Whitletts, who have been struggling a wee bit this season. And Whitletts, I think, is where we'll start. Scott, you are an Ayrshire man. Johnny was very much of the opinion when I was spoken to him that Whitletts were going to have a good season. I was a bit so-so on it. It's really not materialising for them.
I think it's difficult. Like, you don't really know where they're at. Like, I know they are looking for players. I know they're looking to get a couple of boys in, but I think they've had bad luck with injuries for what I've heard so far. But again, like, it's very. I would say Whitletts is very different to a lot of teams in that division. Like, a lot of their players are Ayrshire based. Like, they are. I know a lot of them. Like, obviously I was at school with a lot of them, and it's very unsurprising the fact that they're still going down that route of getting kind of local players. They're not kind of stretching the net out. I know Poppy tried to do that when he was there, but as well, they've been through a lot of managers. Do you know what I mean? They've had about 5 managers in as many years. Like, they need to try and get a bit of stability. They were very good last season. Jordan Boyd scored a lot of goals. That's a big step up for them. I know they're back up, but they need to find a bit of stability. They need to have better luck with injuries. And I think if they're going to get players in, they need to scout the kind of net a bit wider if they're going to try. I know they'll stay in the league, but I think that is a big problem for them.
Aye, I think so. And they're one of the clubs who they might not have lots and lots of money, but they're reasonably well funded for the level they're at. And Johnny knows better than me the Ayrshire game. Just didn't see where it was going to come for this season. I thought that if they could make top 8, that would be a really sound season from this.
Yeah, no, I agree. When we went into our medal, we inherited pretty much the Whitletts team. It was George had taken and Kevin had taken the whole lot with them. With the 2 Kerr brothers, we had Jordan up front, we had forgive me, with the boy on the left hand side who I actually really liked. Me, Jordan Boyd was comfortable at a Whitletts level. He wasn't comfortable at Premier level, and he's just his confidence in that. And they've went back. They've brought Ali Love in this year as well. They've got the Kerr brothers back. Is it Shug Wallace? Was that him?
Yeah.
Was that the boy Shug Wallace, who I really rated? Thought he was good, but he was quite underestimated. I just think that Whitletts, as you said, it's an Ayr United team almost. It's like guys who are from Ayr, Troon, Prestwick, who are this locality. I think they need to stretch themselves, go and add a couple of bit more quality to it. Ali Love, quality player, and Ali won't mind me saying this, and I know Ali well. He's coming towards the latter end of his career. Obviously, he's got the affiliation with Robert, his brother, being there involved as well. But they need to go up and try and get a couple of younger, experienced players. I thought actually when Healy was leaving Northern, I thought Whitletts would be potentially a good move for him. Get somebody in there with that bit of nous.
Perfect timing as always does. Talbot are 3-1 up now.
They do it
just minutes within the start, and they are 3-1 up massively. We're going to stay in the first division for a bit longer.
Just before we go, Coolside Rangers 1, Maryhill 0.
Oh, well, that's put me in my place. Staying in the first division, we've had our first, or maybe it's no, but it's the first one I can remember, managerial department.
Yes.
And obviously the Winters have stepped away from Benburn. It's really not been good enough. I mean, and I don't mean to speak out of the guys. 1-1 from 5, shocking ending to last season.
It's a carryover, isn't it?
It's really not been good enough. And I'm hearing potentially Colin Riley coming in. Not sure if that's going to happen, but that's the rumour I've heard. What do you think, Scott? Somebody like Colin Riley taking over at Benburn?
I think he's a coach who should be in there. Obviously, that kind of a raw deal at Arthurley, certainly from what you hear. I think though with Benburn, I don't think it's a coincidence that they've gone through a bit of a kind of merry-go-round after Paul Lovering left. Like you always get that feeling with kind of big, when managers who've been there for so long and are, well, let's be honest, the Lovering name, you go to Benburn, the Lovering name is everywhere you go. When Paul left, it was like, who's going to be able to kind of follow that? And I know they've tried a couple. I know Martin was with Paul. Martin Campbell was there. He didn't obviously last very long there. David, I think, was riding what he'd done at Darvel when Tony left, and I don't think that was very fair to have David as the kind of focus of that, because I know he kind of went in at a very difficult time and took over, but it was a very difficult situation, won a trophy, and it was obviously his brother was there to help him, and I'm just not sure they were ready for that big job, because that's a big job. Benbur's a big club, but if Colin does go in, Colin's going to...
I'm going to have to stop you there, because funnily enough, just like I made the joke about me being put in my place with Coolside and I head against Maryhill, I've literally just had somebody text me saying that Colin Riley has informed them this week that he's not interested in the job. So that could be
I'm
right over again.
I'm going to fling one in before we come back to this conversation, because it's obviously very topical. It's now 2-1 Knightswood at Fnac. Dylan Nichols, 46 minutes.
1-0 to the Bankies. Keir Sampson with a goal there. Really good start for that.
I thought it was like a nice squad.
He's back in. So 1-0.
I'm not knocking the Winters brothers here. I'm really not, but I've never got the feeling with them. I don't know them well enough, but I've never got the feeling with them that they're managers. I've always got the feeling they're coaches. That David was there with Tony at Darvel.
Yeah,
and seemed to have a good relationship with the players when he was there.
Aye, and when I first heard they were going into Benburb, I was like, that just doesn't scream sick to me.
No, see, to be honest, I know Paul Lovren and I have known Paul Lovren since I was about 10, 12 years old. Two of us played together at Pollock. He went on his football career, I went on my athletics career. Then we met up again when he was at Airdrie, I was refereeing, and then by coincidence we ended up working for the same company together. I've not seen him recently, but the imprint of the Loverings in Benburb is massive. Absolutely massive.
Frank runs a club. Paul's still basically involved in running the club, you know what I mean?
So if and I know Paul's work commitments are big, if he could be tempted back out to come back for a season and bring someone with him, I think that's a bit, because I don't think that the Benburb job is for a new guy, so to speak. I think a Benburb job is for somebody who knows the league, knows the region. If Paul could come back, or if he was able to come back, because I know his work commitments are very heavy, but if Paul was able to come in maybe for 6 months, steady the ship, along with Frank, get the place back solid, and have someone come through with him, the way that Martin Campbell, when he had Martin.
Sean Fife scores his hat-trick, 4-0 to Renfrew against Hurlford.
A big daft centre half like Sean.
A hat-trick. We're talking about centre half being important for goals, and this is it.
I've taught Sean for years. Sean never even get 3 questions right in PE in a parish. I've never mind scored.
Just when you're on.
But anyway, I don't care. Sean, well done, son.
Just when you're on Benburb, like the way you're mentioning about a kind of an old head going in there, like somebody who knows the club. We're mentioning Ross Cusick came for Benburb's under 20s. Somebody else, I think, who's managing just now, somebody, you can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but there's somebody managing in the Premier Division now who was at Benburb under 20s, I think.
No, was that no Monty?
Monty, you're right. These are two, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know who's at Benburb 20s now, it's not something I follow, but is that maybe the way you go?
I disagree with you in terms of an old head, but I'm going to come back to that in a wee second. Thomas Orr has scored the goal for Cumbernauld. They're 1-0 up against Drumchapel. Clydebank have gone 2-0 up. I think is it Chris Black? No. No, Chris Black, he's not down there. But it's 2-0 there. Greenock have opened the scoring. Beckley with a goal there, so it's 1-0 to Greenock against 10 men Ashfield.
Is that Ryan Beckley's boy?
I don't know, there's so many Begleys in there. It's just because I'll know with Joe anyway. He's a bit.
Sorry, Joe Begley.
I'll know with Joe because he's.
As I say, is it his boy?
I don't know. Maybe it's Joe. Maybe Joe's still kicking it. I've actually.
Taz is still kicking it.
Tomorrow I'm playing in a golf day for Greenock Juniors.
Why are you playing for Greenock, not for the Port?
Well, no, I'm not playing for Greenock. I'm playing in a golf day that has been arranged by Greenock Juniors. So.
Well, hot off the press, I'm donning my refereeing gear again.
Oh. Go
14th of November at the Press and Journal Arena.
Oh, are you going to take your old mate up there?
If you want to come
up. I think I'll be.
It's the one time a year I come back out of retirement, come out of storage.
Just keep this in mind because we're going to come back and talk.
In fact, do you know what? I can even put out a wee prize because I get given. I can supply tickets for it.
Oh.
If anybody wants to go.
Well, there you go, then that'd be nice. Your Kirk have just equalised against Nielsen, as we're talking
James
about.
Haslett with the goal.
Well, there we go. You're right on top of it, Scott. Going back to the Benbird thing, for me, I think it's hard. I don't know if it's maybe the age I'm at, where a lot of young managers who are similar age, who maybe I've played against or I know or whatever, or guys or coaches are trying to make their way in the game. I think that's the route we need to start looking at, where I think there's too many guys who've been about forever.
Right, so I'll counter that, okay? Benbird have tried that for the last few years and it's not worked. So that's why what I'm saying is,
Have they?
So,
Obviously, this one.
Go with the Winters brothers. Came back to Martin Campbell.
But Martin Campbell was.
He'd been
there.
at
that was a continuity. That was.
And Martin Campbell's. He's not a young man. He's been about for a long time at this level.
So that's why I'm thinking. Only my personal opinion. That's why I'm thinking. If Lovers comes in, right? Lovers will probably.
Aaron Black would go for Clydebank.
Ex-Benbird.
Lovers will probably kill him for this. But if Paul comes back in and brings a nucleus around him, and we'll get through the season, and then he can hand it over to whoever's coming in there. Because at this moment in time, Benbird are rocketing down the way. They've had a dreadful end to the season, a dreadful start to the new season. If he can bring in somebody with him, his old man's also in the background as well. The family's there. Everybody knows what Lovers like at the side of the park. The players don't get an easy time. And just instill that fire again, and instill something within them, because Benbird are always a hard team to beat.
But that's a point, like, again, and this is maybe another conversation. Who are the kind of best managers at the moment not in work who would go to Benbird?
Tony McAnally.
Tony McAnally would go.
I don't think
Tony would take that one, but Straney's
not going either.
I don't think Straney would go.
You wouldn't go to Benbird.
Like, these are like, and again, like maybe even like just like Martin Fellows. I don't think Martin would go either. There's no MD screaming out to you like they would go in there and be an immediate fit.
Josh.
See, to be honest, I don't know. I've not spoken to Josh about this, so I don't know. I think that it's a hard one now because I'll get slagged for this because he's my mate, but I think so highly of him. I think that a club like the Ben should be looking at somebody like him. I genuinely believe that the qualities he has. I mean, you look at Rossdale before he went there, and you look at Rossdale as soon as he leaves. They were a nothing team in that 4th division, going for a team who, in my opinion, probably should have got promoted, but didn't. Missed out a couple of times, and now they're back to being a bottom half. And don't get me wrong, Barry's got a really tough job there with different circumstances, but somebody like that, a young guy who he's cut his teeth, he's been at senior level, he has taken Rossdale, he's in at Talbot now, he's working under Max, he's seen different things. I think somebody of that ilk.
He's widening his network.
I think there's somebody of that ilk for me, and the Bens don't have a lot of money, but they're also no completely skint either. So it's
a very well run club.
I think that maybe somebody with a bit of experience, I'm not saying a complete new person coming in, but somebody with a small bit of experience will be fine. Whereas I don't know if bringing in somebody who's been about forever is necessarily the fix.
I remember being in here when Jamie got that medal job and you were immediately like, that makes sense.
Yep.
I don't see that at the moment where like whoever would go in there, and whether if Paul, I would kind of be very surprised that Paul does get there.
I don't think Paul will. I really don't, because I know that his commitments will work. But I'm just thinking what they need is a safe pair of hands. Mm-hmm. And no disrespect to Winters brothers, I don't know them personally, I don't know them at all. I
completely see what you're saying, 100% see what you're saying. But does this season not allow
it does
for you to bring somebody else in?
It does.
And maybe say, look, unless you get battled every week, right? Unless that happens, you have the remainder of this season to try and get your players in, get your style across,
find your feet,
and then next year we're going for it, right? We're going for it. We're allowing you that because that's what this season gives you, whereas you don't have that normally. And it would be a steady pair of hands to keep them for relegation. In normal circumstances, would probably be what's needed. But I think this season maybe gives you a wee bit of leeway. Do you think so?
I think it does. Do you know what? I think it's the best example of that is Kilwinner Rangers taking Kelly for St. Ross.
Just scored. Ryan Wilson's just
Your
scored.
timing is unbelievable.
As you know, it's like man. I'll just give a couple of goals before. BSC have gone 2-1 up against Giffnock. I'm really disappointed in the start Giffnock have had this season with the facilities they've got in place, the management team they have as well, who I think are really good at their job.
JD still there.
JD and Neil were still there, and Gav, and it's just really no work for them. Bailey Clyde have equalised against Darvel. Darvel is maybe another one we can talk about.
4-2 Auchinleck.
4-2, wow, that's it's impressive.
Knightswood are down to 10 men. There's something
10 men. It was Lovering with the second goal, so that's the second goal of the game to make it 3-2, and then Talbot do Talbot things and make
I
it
think we've
4-2.
mentioned the name Loving so much in one.
1-1 Mary Hill.
Wow, that's an interesting goal there for Mary Hill. Well, again, we're not getting many goals coming in.
It was Ross Donaldson sent off for Knightswood.
Rob Roy now 2-0 up against Cumbernauld side, so that's 2-0 to Rob Roy.
That's a great result for Rob Roy.
They're a team that's been quite interesting because I think John, again, obviously leaving Blantyre and going into Rob Roy, they needed that stability and they needed that kind of, no disrespect to John here, but they needed that kind of old time head to go in there and just kind of really shake things up. I think this could be a season where they maybe look and go, right, are we going to get top 8? If we do, it's a bonus. If not, we can go next season.
Yeah. Glasgow United now 2 each. David Templeton with that 20-yard scorcher.
It's not a surprise for him. He's definitely an unlocker. Bellshill 2-0 up against Lark Hall. Graham Gracie against his former.
We've not really mentioned them much, but they are very hard to see.
Graham Gracie and Callum Graham. No, that's a front.
And the boy
that's
PJ is it PJ
scored the first.
That's a front three that's.
Callum Graham will strike fear into every defence in that.
See, for me, you look at. I didn't actually realise that Graham Gracie was at Bellshill. He's somebody at these lower leagues at this level has scored goals for years
consistently,
and that seems to be what Johnny's managed to get. He's obviously left the Ants last season. Everybody was a bit like, Bellshill aren't doing particularly well. Why are you leaving the Ants to go to a similar level club? He's maybe shown us a wee bit extra there, and that's them kicking on.
And see, like Benberg was saying there, like they've maybe said to him, "Come in, you've got the season, just get through the season, and then we kick on next year." That's pretty much what Bellshill appears from the outside, what Bellshill have done and what Benberg need to do.
Yeah, definitely. Gary Stewart puts Carluke ahead against St Peters at 2-1 to Carluke against St Peters. The goal scorer for Rob Roy was Luke Barkley. We've got another Dalry goal. Macaulay MacArthur scored to get their second goal, and then with third goal it is Michael Conley with third goal for Dalry. So it's quite an interesting game there. Petershill have just scored as well. No confirmation on scorer yet, but Petershill just get the goal.
See with the Dalry one, when you look back on it, getting beat 3-2 at home by Troon is actually a really decent result, and I think that'll have gave them a massive boost in confidence. They say, "Do you know what? We're better than we."
Well, I've touched on the Catlaws there, right? Now they've been there for a few years. You've got I won't insult Tanesha with his second name.
He's I think he's the best player in that league.
I went and watched him against Pollock when they put Pollock out 2 years ago. Tanesha was unbelievable that night. He's a bit raw for me, but he's a really effective player. So you've got the Catlaws, you've got Tanesha, you've got Fraser Cowan up front. Fraser Cowan's a really good player for me. Big physical centre forward. Oh, Des, come on, Des. That's a couple of quid into the fine jar. But Fraser Cowan for me is another one who has been there for a few years. Chris has managed to keep the nucleus of that team together with very little finances, and I think it's starting to pay dividends for them now. And
they're a team as well who nobody would have had massive, like the teams coming in like Thorn, Thrieve, whoever else came into that league again, obviously forgive the forgetfulness, but like Dalry were like 7th, 8th last season, and nobody really thought, they'll kick on. But you kind of forget when teams are coming in, like particularly like teams like Thorn and Thrieve who have been so impressive the season before, and you're expecting them to do well. It makes the league more competitive because these teams are just a couple of players away from just making that next step. And that's what Dalry look to have done this summer.
See, getting these points on board, you touched on it with Bellshill. You think maybe 40-45 points might be enough to get you up. Now, if you're sitting after, what, we're at 5-6 games for, I think this is their 5th game of a wee look at it just now. So teams like that, I mean, they're looking at 5 games. If they win this, that's 12 points for 5 games. You need 28 points, 30 points potentially from the next 25 games.
If Belsill win this, they're 18 from 6.
You know what I mean? Nielsen have gone 2-1 up against Muirkirk, so that's another goal for Nielsen against Muirkirk. But the teams like Dorai, it's a real good opportunity for them this year where it's maybe a wee bit of pressure off them as well, that they can kick on and try and get themselves promoted into the league above.
5-2, Auchinleck, Connor Boyd with a hat-trick.
Wow. I touched on that at the start of the show, McAvoy and Boyd, and I was quite heavy on it at the end of last season. When the two of them score goals, the Talbot win games, and
they'll score. And listen, if they're doing that to, at this moment in time, their nearest competitors, that just sends a message to the rest of the league.
Let's be honest, you go 5-2 up, but Auchinleck go 5-2 up. There's no losing that. There's no dropping points.
And away from home.
Exactly.
Against a team who have only conceded 2
and
goals.
That's a game. That's a game where you think, oh, Auchinleck might slip up. They're scoring 5 goals. You know,
what's a slip up for Auchinleck away home? Getting a draw.
That's a test. That's where people that's where maybe last season at this time they maybe would have dropped points.
Yeah.
Just because their start maybe wasn't there, but you look at just the way they've turned, and you're like, they usually finish well. If they're starting like this, what are they going to finish like?
Can we go on to the first division and talk about Darvel? 2-0 up against Vale Clyde, now 3-2 down. This season they have won 1 and out of 6 if we include today, if it stays as is. 1-1, drawn 2, lost 3, scored 11, conceded 16 as it stands.
Minus 5 goals.
That is not good enough. Darvel, who, with the quality they have, with the manager they have, in my opinion, Mick's obviously got to take a lot of the brunt of this year. But in my opinion, Mick's a good manager as well. This isn't working just now.
I think he was given a free ride last year.
Yeah,
after what the demise of the
he was
club.
put in a very difficult position as well because of what happened before he got the job.
Yeah.
And he had to deliver success, but then you looked at where they were and the players they'd lost, and you thought they're going to struggle. Everybody thought that coming down would be the best thing for them, just to give them that week and a fresh injection.
Yeah.
You can't be 5 points after 6 games in that league. And
I don't
well
know.
done to Vale Clyde, by the way.
Really
Result.
good
It's one they needed as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know Michael Oliver. I know obviously PG knows him. I've listened to his interviews, watching him. He seems a thoroughly nice guy. I know he done well when he was at Ashfield. I just think it was at Hairstains he was at before that.
Did really well at the amateurs at Hairstains.
Yeah, and then went to Ashfield. Not being disrespectful, guy, but I thought going to Darvel at that moment in time, you needed somebody with more experience and somebody who's got.
I don't think he couldn't turn that job down.
No, you can't turn it down. No, I totally agree. If you got offered that job, you're taking it. But I think Darvel should have maybe spread their net a wee bit wider.
All I'm hearing is that you don't think any young men should ever get a job.
No, I do. I think. Listen, I'm all for it. I'm really for promoting young up-and-coming managers who have experience coaching at the top level, have experience being at the top level. There's always got to be a space. You can't have a bottleneck, right? Absolutely, you can't have a bottleneck. But Darvel were a club who every day, listen, Stevie Wonder could see it. Darvel were a club in turmoil. Darvel were a club who were on a downward spiral. If you're going to bring in a young guy from amateur football to lower level football, what can they do?
I think as well though, I think they saw Michael Oliver as I hate using
can turn it round.
No, I think he was a continuity candidate with Mick, because obviously that connection to Mick, and obviously it was well documented John was not pulling his money out but taking a step back, and I think they saw Mick as somebody who could follow Mick Kennedy. But actually when you look at it, and again I'm not like Tony came in taking over the job from Mick and won them 2 cups. And that to me was that kind of, you're talking about that kind of stable pair of hands, because Mick Kennedy took them so far to the point where I don't care if Darvel strolled the leagues, nobody was going to be talking about that. It was the Aberdeen result, was the be all and end all, was the one result you look at with Darvel and think that is the big result in their history. And Mick's moved on, went to East Kilbride, and is trying to do what he wanted to do at Talbot, was take them through the leagues, and he doesn't have that kind of burden of nothing will match what I did against Aberdeen. Do you know what I mean? Remember the team talks from NBC. You know what I mean? Like, and
Soldiers of Love, is it?
aye,
Soldiers of Love.
Michael Oliver is a very, very underrated coach, but you can't be six games and 5 points in that league, because he's going to be, if you look at it, if St Roch's win that game, he's going to be 7 points behind St Roch's, having played 2 more games.
Aye, it's miles away.
There's a difference between a coach and being a manager.
2-2
But-
going after
but
Michael Mullen again.
Amazing.
And
That
it's
goal.
2 each at Knightswood as well.
Mick's shown I think Mick's shown he is a good manager on top of being a good coach. But we've had a couple of red cards as well. Callum Gow's just been sent off for Troon. Game over by the looks of it. Troon entered down to 10 men against Clydebank. Is that game over potentially as well? Clydebank can keep it together.
Let's hope so for the Bankies.
Glencairn have been 2-0 up against St Cadoc's. Now let's move on to that with me. Right, I've been a bit and it's not to have a go at Gary Muir at all. St Cadoc's for me this season, in my eyes, were never going to have a great season. 1 for 6 for the looks of it today. I just don't. I know things have changed. Fez left, a lot of players left. It's well known that the finances were cut and stuff. But it's a really tough season for St Cadoc's as well.
And they've got a big cup game against Talbot next week, which is
And
Is that a Friday night game?
Is it?
I think so.
And that's a game where if you're St Cadoc's, you're looking to win that, because Pollock, I believe it's still 0-0 at Pollock, and the man with the best name in Scottish football
God's power.
has just come on for Bob McHugh, but God's power is on. But that's for me, St Cadoc's. If Pollock can get the draw, Pollock move ahead of him. Glencairn have opened a 3-point gap against them today if they can continue the win.
Michael Mullen hat trick, 3-2 going after.
I tell you what, for me, he's got to be. I wouldn't say underrated player, right? Because I think he's quite highly rated at this level. But the goals he scores,
what age is he?
Early 30s, maybe.
it's just the amount of goals he scores.
It's just his name appears all the time.
It's crazy that.
Look at that 1-2 punch with Michael and Shug, who are so different but link up so well. Like Shug's that battering ram, as you say, who's a tremendous finisher, and Mick's that kind of number 10 who can play off, who's excellent at finding space. And if you've got that along with, and I think again we've spoke about Paul. I think Paul Payton has done a tremendous job in his first year, and I think he's someone as well who clubs higher up will be looking at as if you can do well at Glenafton with the name you have, like Scottish Cup winner as a player. You could, that's a kind of way, that's a kind of potential look towards the future.
Definitely. Look, we're going to go to a quick break soon. But remember, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396717412. That's 07396717412. Or you can get us on Instagram and X at SAT Football Live. We're nearly at the end of our West of Scotland games and nearly at half time in our Lowland League game. So we'll be right back after the Football Live, joined in the studio by Des Roach and Scott McPike. It has been quite an interesting day so far. A lot of big teams turning up when they're expected or hoped to turn up, getting the results that they're looking for. Some teams disappointed in their results. We're just talking about Darvel there, we're talking about how they're maybe not producing what they're hoping for, but there's still a bit of time to go.
I think the biggest result today, obviously, I'm a regular. Brentford beating Huddle for 3-0.
4-0 Des. They're 4-0 up.
That's honestly, that's incredible.
It's a bit of turn up to the books. I don't think it has a huge impact on the league, but I suppose
It'll have a huge impact on.
I think that's the first one went through.
Yes,
I think that's the case, aye, and it's other than they had, we were talking about the defeat they had, it was a bit of a going over. They've not had too many bad defeats, which quite pleased to see. Now we take them on to 5 points. We're talking about St Cadoc's. Renfrew will leapfrog them. Shots are winning. They will leapfrog them. St Cadoc's dropping themselves right into potentially bottom place by the end of today. It's not great for them. I know that
3-0 Bells Hill, Kieran Markey with a goal.
It's a team that are really in form right now.
Is Callum Graham playing today?
I've not seen anything.
Don't know.
I've not seen anything about him playing. But it's 2-1 to Maryhill.
4-0 Callum Graham scores 4-0 Bells Hill. Good timing, it's impeccable.
Unbelievable.
By the way, I'm just going to go and put the lot there tonight.
2-1 to Maryhill against Coolside Rangers.
He just come on, by the way.
And 2-0 to Greenock against Ashfield. Let's touch on Ashfield. They've been, I know it's hard. They had a terrible season last year. Peter Hill's come in. They're hoping it's going to be a bit better, and it's not. It's 6 defeats for 6. They are currently scored 6 goals, conceded 22, minus 16 goal difference. That's quite concerning.
Obviously, Peter's a really young manager, and are they going to give him the time? I think they will. I think if they're not gambling, because I think Peter was well thought of as a coach, and again, I spoke to him a wee bit at the start of the season, and he was under no illusions the difficulty of the job. But it's, do you give him time? It might be a case of the bottom of the league. That's not bad. Obviously, it's no ideal being bottom of any league, but there's no punishment for it this season.
No,
you know what I mean? It's like they can have that season, and
we've said that about a few teams.
Aye, and yet there's other teams in that league who have been, like Maybole, I think, coming down as well. They've had a really bad start. Do you know what I mean? They've had a really tough start, and George will be desperate to turn that round.
Yeah, I know Peter is because he's brought Gary Fraser in with him as a coach, and Gary. I was talking to Gary. Gary works alongside me. When I spoke to Gary at the start of the season, he said, "No, I'm done. He's got family and other appointments." Gary's actually played the last couple of weeks. He's getting an hour in, played an hour or so. So Ashfield are desperate to have that bit of experience in there. I know Liam Coogan's signed at the start of the season, didn't work out, and he's moved on to pastures new. If Peter's going to do anything this year, this is year to, as you say, find your feet and see it in. I hope that the club.
They're on a bit of a downward spiral, but again, the no relegation's a bonus. We've got a goal at Cumbernauld United. The Bens are 1-up.
Yep.
So that's a big one for them.
Flash, who's Flash?
I've actually forgotten his name. That's terrible.
Can I just put a wee public disclaimer for teams to stop using nicknames on Twitter? It's the most annoying thing in the world.
Who's taking the Benburg team today?
I don't actually know. Not sure who's taking the team. We've got a goal at Keene Park. All have levelled. It's 1-1. That could be a really good result for them, particularly after picking up some points against Glencairn. But do you know, we're going to go to that game and talk about Pollock and talk about Johnson Borough. Now, Pollock, we have spoken about at length, where it's really not been great. There's obviously quite clearly been circumstances for why it's the way it is, and it's well known. I still think it could be better, but I think that getting the win against Glencairn, a draw today, it's maybe showing signs of improvement. But Johnson Borough, if they've only picked up 7 points in the first 5 games, you're already looking at being 11 points behind the Talbot this early on with the game in hand. I don't think that's anywhere near good enough.
And the one thing they will say is that we're not conceding a lot of goals. They're not scoring a lot. And when you look at the Kyle Lafferty, Kieran Diver, who I think both aren't playing today, I think I was told. Yes, that's okay for one game, but if you have the firepower that they've got and the well-documented finances that are at their disposal, you can't. I mean, look, I'm just looking at the table in front of us here. The only team that I can see that scored lower goals than them at the moment are St Cadoc's.
St Cadoc's and Beath at the moment.
St Cadoc's and Beath, because obviously Shotts have scored 2 today, Renfrew have scored 4.
Same as Pollock are the same as them, both on 5.
Aye.
Shotts are now up to 6.
Not great in it, no.
No, it's really not.
And that's a big issue. Like they'll say they're sound at the back, but and they are. I mean, their midfield is. I think their midfield's just as good as Troon and Auchinleck, but you need these guys to be scoring goals, because if they don't,
you've got the added pressure of Kyle Lafferty is on whatever money Kyle Lafferty's on. If rumours are believed to be true, 25 grand for Kieran Dyers after add-ons and stuff. That's a record fee at this level. I think Kieran is kind of flattered to deceive since he left Beath. It's not really worked for him. And
it didn't work for him. It didn't. No necessarily didn't work for him. I remember watching St Cadoc's when he played. It was one of his first games, and I was like, where does he fit here?
That's exactly the question I got against with the Borough as well. I'm not sure where he fits. Straney obviously knew how to get the best out of Kieran.
What Straney's biggest strength was in those 2 seasons that they won the league, and you're seeing it with Josh Fowler now at Queen's Park. He would build the team around that player who was going to get on the goals.
Yeah.
Fowler was that guy. Fowler wasn't an out striker, but the team was just so well suited to him. And then he did that with Diver, and I think that's where he maybe struggled the season after. Was he tried to do the same with the boy that was Cali Locos, is it Fraser Malcolm, and that didn't really work. And that was like, no, that's not really working now, because he'd lost both those strikers. You can't turn that down if you're Straney, but the money that they got for Kieran even then. And
Kieran left for nothing.
Again, I'm talking. I mean, what I mean by that is I think they did have the option to keep him,
right.
And St Cadoc's came in with a way higher offer. And you look at what kind of Straney did with Kieran. St Cadoc's and Johnson have maybe not been able to do that because they've had to kind of cater to a lot of other team players right about him. He's had to fit the system rather than the system being a bit.
Do you think that it's not a criticism per se, but do you think that they're overloading with quality, that they're playing to individuals rather than playing to a team?
I would say yes, but if you're going to spend that amount of money on one player in the west of Scotland, and I don't care what anybody says about this, you're spending that amount of money, you fit the team around that player. Yeah. You're making that massive investment in one player. Everything else needs to fit that.
So when you look at the Borough team, you've got DLS playing, Ian McShane, Dan Christie, Kieran Diver, Boy Falls that have just come in. These are all in other teams. They're match winners for other teams, and they're all on the same team. Can you?
That's where Murdy needs to look at. How do I get the best out of it? It's fine getting Stuart Falls and getting the boy Rosser and getting all these players. That's fine. You've got quality, but it's not worth anything if you don't have a system there that fits them all.
I think Murdy will get it right. I think he's just.
Do you know the big one for me when I went to watch them and I said about this? I think when I was on Johnny's show, Aaron Mason is for me. I've seen his scores got a lot of goals, and doing this I don't get to go and see a lot of games. But Aaron Mason for me was excellent. Like he's quick, he's strong for a smaller player. He's got that nasty side in that I think you need.
It's a bit like Matty Grant.
He was another player that Straney had at Beath with Kieran that fit what they were trying to do. He was perfect for that role, and it's fine bringing him in with Kieran, but are they doing the same jobs? Have they got the same link? And
Kieran looked really isolated at the top of the park when I went to see the game against Cumbernauld. Now, I appreciate that's a small snapshot, it's only one game, but he looked really isolated. I actually thought that Lafferty made more of a difference when he came on. But
Lafferty's an impact player.
But it's I just feel that there's something no right. And again, this is the nature of the show and stuff. I'm not saying that I think that Murdy shouldn't be there, but do the investors in the club, do they start to say, well, we want to win this league? And I appreciate that if they get promoted, then that's job done. That's job done.
Will it matter? Well, if Johnson Borough finish 5th, will they care? That's the kind of thing I'm kind of intrigued about this season.
It depends really what they're looking for. Do do they think, no, we're Johnson Borough with this investment, we should be going and winning a league title and we want a trophy in the cabinet? Or is it just, we want to do the best we can do, but ultimately if we can get ourselves into that lower league next season, then that's really what matters.
And that's the plan. Obviously, I was, when you heard obviously the money that Johnson Borough were putting in, and you looked, I remember being at a game last season when Jamie was there, and I think they at least 25 players, and you're like, how on earth are you going to keep that all of them happy? That's a big thing. But I was also watching them going and looking at kind of games from a tactical perspective. I'm like, it's fine having all this quality. If you've got 7 or 8 midfielders who can walk into any other team in the league, it's absolutely fine. But you've got you'll play about 2-3 players maximum in one game. You've got then 5 players there who are on the in, and then you've got this wee kind of bubble of contention within the squad. You can't have that, especially when you're pumping all this money in.
And guys like that.
Sorry, so a wee quick interjection here. That's Glencairn 3-0 up.
Well,
that's a big result for. Well, I know it's a really bad one for St Cadoc's, but I think as well, Rutherglen needed that as well. Just that wee kind of boost at home.
Easterhouse winning 1-0 away to
Kellow. That's a good result for them. 3-0 to Greenock. Beckley adds a third. We're still 2-0 at Gartcairn. Ben still 1-0. Captain Flash with a header at the back post there. That's your favourite there for you, Scott. You like that?
My
a pet hate, is it?
Aye, it's up there.
Ardera scored again with Owen Densham with a goal, and Adam Forsyth has scored for Girvan. At the bottom end of the setup,
and it's Clydebank 3-0 up.
Yep. That's Neil McLaughlin with a goal there. Cowdenbeath 1-0 against Cali Braves. At the bottom end of the table, bottom end of the setup, we're talking East Kilbride YM 2-1 down against Campbelltown, now 3-2 up. The experience Barry Russell scoring the third goal. What do we think East Kilbride YM coming in at a level who, myself included, a lot of people thought they've got a really good amateur team.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to go and kick on like your Thorns did, like maybe certain other teams did. But maybe this has shown that the level is better now than it might have been before, that they're struggling were there.
I think a lot of the teams need that season to get to grips. It's the classic thing of when you speak to people, they're like, oh, they're a good amateur, they'll be fine the first season. And then you speak to the people at the club and you speak to people around it going, this is a different step up because the games it's a lot more focused. Amateur is a very different type of football to this. You need, you brought in experience. Knightswood needed that season. Kilsyth Athletic needed that season. Thrieve, who everybody thought were going to come into this level, absolutely stroll it because they were by far the best team in the south of Scotland. They needed 2 seasons. I think it took them 2 seasons to go up. This is their 5th season. They've obviously got 2 promotions. They've needed that year.
Yeah, I was very much the Paul. I thought the way East Kilbride YM were coming in and you're hearing about the backing that they've got and players they're bringing in. I thought they would have hit the ground running a bit quicker. So I've been a wee bit surprised that they've maybe had a bit of a bumpy road so far. So yeah, I am surprised at that. I still do think they'll get it right. And as Scott has quite rightly said, teams that come up from amateur football probably do need that year or so just to find the level, see the players they're playing against, see the teams they're playing against, because you're not just turning up on a Saturday afternoon and going and playing in a public park. You're going to semi-professional now, and the level automatically has to be higher.
I agree.
So I think that next year will be a more.
I tell you what, we're going to have an unhappy Dean Keenan. They were 2-0 up with 11 minutes remaining and then lost 2 goals in 3 minutes against bottom of the table Lugar. Girvan 2, Lugar 2. That's
a big, again, Lugar, they're going through a lot of transition. I was Ben Train that actually scored Lugar.
Ben Train it was, yeah.
Lugar, it was a really poor start, but you look at the kind of job that's the Fraser and Max have went in there and they've had to fix. They're going to be a side who need that year or two.
But see, to be fair, Girvan, it's now 6 games, but prior to today, 1-1, drawn 1, lost 3.
It's not good enough, I know.
Scored 3 goals.
Yeah, so they're in a goal deficit.
After a good finish to the season, Talbot with 4 minutes to go have equalised. It is now 3-3 with Talbot and Vela Clyde with only a few minutes left.
That's a big result.
Cumbernauld Colts are 2-0 up against Berwick Rangers.
Cumbernauld Colts have done well.
Aye, considering last season was a really poor season.
John's
done a great job.
done a great job in there.
As we said previously, I watched them against Albion Rovers, and I actually thought they were a decent team.
Threave now 3-0 up. Thanks for Rob McClatchy for giving us a wee shout there. It was Dylan Bruce with a goal for Threave. We're kind of getting close to the end of games. New Mains have just scored 1-0 in the 89th minute. That was Kenzie Shields with a goal for New Mains. You know, they've really impressed me this season as well. I think that for a team who have had a really bad 20 years, to be honest with you, that's their second win potentially of the season. They're picking up some points. They're no, a bit like Saltcoats, they're no longer a team who you think are a guarantee you lose every week. And New Mains will be really happy there, you know what I mean? It's again, that's what I'm talking about. So they're playing Saltcoats today, you know what I mean? So that's a really important one.
If you look at it, if New Mains are playing today and if they pick up those 3 points, that's 6 games played, 7 points. So they're a point ahead of the games. If you're picking up a point every game, you're going to keep yourself safe.
You're keeping yourself in the hunt. It's now 3-0 Billy Mortimer for Cumbernauld Colts and Albion Rovers. Or Creighton have just taken the lead against Albion Rovers. That's 1-0 on the stroke at half time now. So it's quite interesting. Lark Collar pulled one back against Bellshill as well, but the game is dead and buried there. And do you know, it's no in our remit, but they were one of our former clubs in the Lone League in the West of Scotland. Really good first half for East Kilbride against Stirling Albion. They were 1-0 down, now 3-1 up. So that's it's good to see them doing well, and good to see any team who came out of the Lone League to go into League
4-3 Vela Clyde.
Oh, jeez.
Final result: Troon 2, Auckland 5. Troon away to Drumchapel next week. That'll be very interesting. That
is a massive result. Even at this early stage in the season, Talbot have drawn first blood with a convincing win. I mean, you'll not get many teams who go to Poland Park and take 5 off a Troon.
No, and Boyd scored a hat-trick, 3 goals inside 15 minutes. 58, 61,
he must be
65.
I know they thought the top goal scorer out last week in Lewis Morrison's top arrow, but Connor Boyd will be up there now because I think did he get a hat-trick his first game, I think?
I think he did against and that's the thing, we're talking about Lewis Morrison. I mean, really impressive for him this season as well.
He came just he's another one as well. He went to Darvel. I remember being at the Troon game they played, the one they obviously to try and get promoted, and Lewis had absolutely no service. And then within 3 weeks, he was back at Hurlford, and I'm thinking, yeah, I can understand why they obviously lured him away from Hurlford, but sometimes it's the Alan Shearer thing, isn't it? You just want to stay at your own place, and you just
you're comfortable.
Aye, and it works out, and we've seen how many goals has he scored. And Hurlford are an interesting one because, again, whether they get the licence or not, I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but if they do, Darren will view that as a next step. He'll not be going into the Lowland League West next season to go, right, we're lucky to be here, we'll be the Whitton boys. They'll look at going up to that level.
Keep it hold of that, we're going to go to Johnny Bailey just now, and we'll come back and talk about the Hurlford one soon.
Hello.
Johnny, 5-2, that looked very convincing on paper. How was the second half?
It was. I mean, I think Troon started the second half pretty well, actually. They tried to get in behind and kind of pin Auckland back a wee bit. But Auckland kind of broke up the park. Connor Boyd scored a really good goal, kind of sweeping finish into the bottom corner. Then Troon got one back. Lewis Lovren, great header at the back post. I swear to God, you could be like a high jump champion or something. See spring, it's incredible. And then Auckland just kind of turned the screw. They went 4-2 and then 5-2, and then once Callum Gow got sent off, that was game over really, and it kind of petered out through their last 15 minutes or so.
Johnny, would that have been a man of the match performance from Connor Boyd if he's getting a hat trick?
Aye, I think it's got to. I mean, you can't score a hat trick and not get man of the match. Do you know what I mean? So I would say absolutely. I thought it was excellent, but I thought, to be honest, for me, seeing just general overall play, I thought Luke Main was incredible today. His energy, his quality on the ball. You can see why. I don't know how much they paid to sign him, but on the basis of today, he's worth every penny.
How much of a difference do you think? We have spoken about this, me, yourself and Des have spoken about this a few times, and How much of a difference do you think a player like Luke Main makes to the Talbot and their style of football?
He just drives with the orange, you know what I mean? It's just one of those performances and one of those kind of characters that just, he's constantly on the move, he's constantly running, you know, he's trying to get on the ball, he just drives with the on. You can't, if you were in his team, you couldn't help but be almost inspired by him because of his energy levels and his enthusiasm for the game. It's great to watch, and it's a great example for other players around about him. It's infectious. Does that make sense? That it's an infectious energy that he has, and it translates into his team.
Based off of seeing them a couple of times now, what's your thoughts on the Talbot potentially going to win the league? And I appreciate it's very early doors, but what's your thoughts on how they could do for the remainder of the season?
Well, if they keep playing like this, I can't see anybody beating them. Never mind, will they win the league? I mean, I really, that's twice I've seen them 7-2 and 5-2. I can't, genuinely, and if Troon are the next best, if you like, obviously they've got Johnston Borough to come who have got quality in abundance, but I can't see anybody beating them, never mind no winning the league.
I think that Talbot might have you on retainer because you seem to be their good luck charm this season.
I said before the game, I said to Richard Henderson, the Troon secretary, I said, I hope Troon win the day because I'm fed up talking up Talbot on this podcast. Everybody must be getting sick of hearing me saying the same old stuff over and over again, but you can't help it when you turn up on a Saturday and they put in performances like that.
Johnny, thank you very much for the update. Could you give us a wee run through and who you've got on the show tomorrow night?
Yes, so we've got Johnny Farlin, the Bells Hill manager, on tomorrow, which I'm really looking forward to. It's a club I don't know a lot about, and obviously they've made a big signing during the week, which will be great to hear from Johnny about the kind of plans for Bells Hill. It's an ambitious club going places, so looking forward to Johnny on the show tomorrow night, 7 o'clock.
Brilliant, Johnny. Thank you very much, mate. I'll catch up with you soon.
Guys, cheers. Talk to you later.
Struggles to see if anybody will be able to beat the Talbot this year, never mind stop them from winning the league. Do you think it's got a wee bit of the feel with Clydebank last season though?
Does a wee bit, yeah. I mean, that was the result they needed. Like that was the one you always want. Like the two title contenders playing each other early because it gives you an idea where they're at. But for Auckland to go to Troon and win 5-2, it's one of those like statement wins where you go, that's a 3-point gap already. They're no giving that up.
No. And Johnny's, when you look at it, Johnny's watched them twice and you've seen them score 12 goals and concede 2. It's almost back to like the sort of Kevin Keegan era, isn't it? He goes, if you score 2, I'll score 4. It will always. And touching on Luke Main, I said to Scott there, Luke Main has everything that you need in a central midfielder for this league.
He suits them.
He does. Mm-hmm. He's powerful. He's strong. He's a good passer. He's a threat in both boxes. I know Neil McPherson's down there, and obviously Scott Sconville. But to me, Luke Main's a leader. Luke Main's a captain.
And they always have
that. Guys, I'm going to have to stop you there. We're going to go to Stevie Dugan at Clydebank's half time to know what Clydebank against 10 men Troon. Stevie, how are you? It's great to have you back on the show.
It's good to be on. I'm really grateful to go for God. What is this?
Not at all. We'll forget about you next season if you win the league this year. But look, you guys are 3-0 up, Troon down to 10 men. Very comfortable first half.
It was something I thought about it before I came on, and speaking to somebody else, I think that's probably the most comfortable 45 minutes we've had potentially in the league this year. Which I'm surprised about because this is one of the trips that we were really feeling in terms of quality we'd be up against. But I mean, it's been completely different from what I expected. I mean, we completely bossed that 45, and not just because Troon are doing a man. You know, we were well in top before that anyway. But we scored some good goals. We completely bossed the middle of the park. Despite the fact Dean Cairns was injured, so he took a bad knock last week, so he's really listed today. But still, we've got a decent enough squad, and we've certainly lost that first half, so we're absolutely delighted to get into 3-0 at half time, that's for sure.
The guys in the studio were talking before the game about how we did fancy Clydebank for the win, but we thought this was going to be a really tough game. And I think it's maybe testament to where Clydebank are just now that they're able to go and dominate a game like this.
I mean, what I didn't realise was that there's a guy sitting next to me. He's not sitting to take photos of me. There's a guy just sitting along to me. He said that Troon have been sort of virtually top 4 in the lower league the past few seasons. So that's nothing to fear, I suppose. But I found it incredible because we've been so much on top. Listen, we'll get some tough games to come up. We'll still get when Lithgow to play, for example, Calibrades, you know, Bolognese. There's a lot of good teams out there, but all we can do is play the Saturday we're playing. And I must say, it's a really good set up here. I've never been through here before. The pitch is fantastic. It reminds me of Auchinleck of old in terms of the playing surface. It's conducive to very good football, and certainly been using it to advantage this afternoon.
Stevie, thank you very much for the update, mate. We'll catch up with you soon. Cheers.
All right, guys. Take care. Cheers. Bye bye.
It's a bit of mark for Clydebank. They're laying down today, 3-0 half time. I understand Trinity are obviously 10 men, but that is a bit of mark they're laying down.
You can, it's like anything, you can only play against the people that are in front of you. You can only play against the teams in front of you. I've said it right at the very start, in fact, even before the season began, I think that Clydebank are very, very genuine title contenders, if not title winners this year. I don't really think that the Lone League teams have got as much quality and depth. And this isn't an overnight story for Moff. This has been a team that's been built over a number of years. And when you look through the spine of that team, the spine of that team is so strong. And you've got 2 players almost for each position and players that can be manoeuvred around. Yeah, I'm a Clydebank fan, despite obviously Moff being friends. And it's not through Clydebank tinted glasses. I think Clydebank have got a really, really good potential to go through the leagues.
Mm-hmm. And if Moff is the guy to take them back to the SPFL, I mean, we're talking about Tucker getting a statue. Do you know what I mean? But it's that, like, Moff, someone whose journey in the game has been quite incredible, actually. Went through, obviously was at Rossvale, done really well with them, left them in a very good position, went to Clydebank, and as you say, it's been a slow burn. Like, there was a couple of seasons where I know there was a lot of people talking about, is Moff going to win the league? And he does it in style last season, and then you're thinking, they've got the squad to kick on, and they're doing it. And that, again, going to Trinity and 3-0 up at half time with 10 men, I'd be very surprised if it stays 3-0.
And see, when you peel it back, it's not just the first team. They've got an absolute vibrant community club as well. The young people out there, the people who work behind in the administration and the social media, the merchandise, everything. It's just a absolutely fantastically well-run club.
It definitely is, and we've got a couple of results coming in, which we will talk about after the break, which will be in about a minute's time. Glencairn 4-0 up against St Cadoc's. Great result for Glencairn, really bad day at the office for St Cadoc's, one that they'll be bitterly disappointed in, but 4-0 for Thrieve. Ross Irvin, who I'm always champion, him and Harry Officer, I'm always champion the two of them. That's another goal for him.
Do you know what we should do? See, we should find a Saturday that Thrieve aren't playing, invite the boys in.
Oh, I tell you what, they wouldn't even know who we were, to be honest.
Did we know that Pollock had scored the last minute goal
against Johnson? Excellent result for Pollock.
Well done.
Fantastic result.
Aaron Wilson with a 95th minute winner.
Well done,
We'll maybe get Maxie on for a wee chat. He'll maybe want to talk to us now about that one. Look, we're going to take a quick break. So remember, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp. It's 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Remember, we're now going into our phone-in section of the show. So if you want to get in touch with us, give us a wee message about what you want to talk about, and we will give you a call back, and you can have your time to say your piece and get in touch with the guys and ask whatever you want to do. So remember, get in touch. You can get us on X and Instagram as well at Sat Football Live, and we'll be right back after the break. The Football Live show. I'm joined in the studio by Des Roach and Scott McPike. It has been an absolute banger of a show today. We've had a ridiculous amount of results, and just there we've had Scott tell us about the 2-1 win for Pollock against Johnson Borough, which is a huge result for Pollock. And we've just had Drumchapel score in the 90th minute to get a draw against Cumbernauld.
The game never ends till 90 minutes, Paul.
It doesn't. Sometimes it ends later than that too. But you're right, Des. You need to see these games through, and it's
Big
a
3
massive
points. Big 3 points for Benburg as well. 1-0 home win over Cumbernauld United.
I wonder what that means in terms of who will be getting the job. But look, remember, we're now in the final of the show.
Is it not you and me?
What?
Are we not getting the Benburg job?
Oh, well, thanks for letting us know, Des. We could do like the half-time interviews and all that in the dressing room. We're in the final hour of the show, which is phone-in time. So if you'd like to get in touch with us, drop us a message on WhatsApp on 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Just drop us a message with what you want to talk about, and we will give you a call back. If you want to get us on X or Instagram, you get us on Sat Football Live, or you can get us the comments in the YouTube comment section. We've just had a comment come in there from Ross McClatchy. Should get the Threave manager on the show. To be fair, that's a good point because they are absolutely flying just now. But we will get some manager interviews done after the game as well. So I've got some half-time results coming in from the Lower League. Broxburn 1, Hearts B 2, Civil Service Strollers 0, Linlithgow Rose 1, Cowdenbeath 1, Caledonian Braves 0, Cumbernauld Colts 3, Berwick Rangers 0, Gallagherdean 1, Celtic B 0, Gretna 2008 1, Albion Rovers 1, Trinent 0, Clydebank 3. Gallagherdean having a pretty good season.
Yeah,
I'm quite surprised at the season.
It's quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know in terms of what they've done in terms of business, but like, I think they're already like well on the way to eclipse their points tally last season. So
because they were
it's a big turnaround.
They really struggled. I mean, I think it came down to the last game.
Last game of the season. I think. Forgive me for not remembering, but it was something like 28 points, or it was in that region. If they can win today, that's them on 12 points. You're nearly halfway through, and you've still got 28 games to go. So that's been a real marked improvement for the side. It'll be interesting as well to see how teams like Gallow do. Obviously, they'll be the East, so that'll be interesting to see how they do and the set up as well. And I think that a team like that could maybe be a top 5 or 6 team in that East setup, which is quite interesting. As I said, we're going to get some managers on, but before we do that, we'll continue to talk about what's going on so far this afternoon. The main headline in the Premier League in the West of Scotland is the 5-2 victory for Talbot over Troon, which was a massive one. Hopefully we'll not get Tucker on because Tucker doesn't do these type of things. We'll try and see if we can get Alan McCluskey on later on. Really good result there. Gartcairn 2-0 against Thornywood. Another really impressive result.
Yeah, I think Thornywood, after last week's game, I think they would probably been expecting to be a bit better. But as we said, if Gartcairn are going to be the force that we expect them to be, these are the games they've got to win. These are the guys that are closely sitting around you. So Darren, Ryan, Dak, yeah, I think that's a big win for them today. I think they'll take take pleasure at winning, but I think they'll have not a sigh of relief, but a sigh of satisfaction coming up for that game.
I think as well though that Gartcairn, that kind of puts them top of the table just where the medal obviously not playing, so they will feel like right we are top of the table. We've got the fact that we've got Jordan Moore, Dale Simeon. I mean, they've got such an array of talent. They'll know what to give that position up. So that's again another one. I think they're still unbeaten. I think. Yeah,
that's like 5 wins, 1 draw.
Yeah, I mean like. They're doing what they can, and again, you look at their next 2 games, they're at home to Cumbernauld and then away to Lanark. Like, they'll fancy themselves taking 6 points for them, and then they go to Petershill at the end of September. Like, if they're in there with 6 points out of 6, they'll fancy their chances.
And I tell you what, the big result for today is not the Brentford 1-4-0.
Aye, it is.
That can be binned.
No, it can't.
It is that the mighty Port Glasgow came from a goal down to win 4-1 against Glenville. Dylan McLaughlin with 4 goals.
There you go.
That's that. See, for me, Dilza is an absolute handful at that level. He scores you goals, but it's what else he brings to the team. He's an absolute workhorse.
Well, I'm going to counter that.
Des, I'm not interested. I appreciate that Renfrew winning 4-0 is a better result.
When do you get a
than
centre half scoring 3 a hat trick?
I know that is impressive.
I actually think the result of the day, just in terms of
Yeah, you're right, Scott.
The
It's
game
Renfrew being hurled
was
up.
Vela Clyde beating Darvel.
In the manner as well.
Yeah, like
No, it's Renfrew.
2
being
up.
hurled
Ended up behind.
3-2
2-0 down, sorry.
3-2
Ended up
up.
3-2 up, losing the goal late on and then going and winning late on.
But like John, I remember having a conversation with John a few weeks ago, and he was talking about how everybody's got this thing about Vela Clyde, how that they're just a kind of head it and hoof it team. You actually watch them, and John plays the right way.
They're a hard team to do.
Aye, they're a hard team to beat, but
Yeah.
Last time with Craig Mark, they battled us
Aye.
7-0, I think it was
Aye.
7-1 somewhere. They were a good team. And that's even replaced the fact that Paul Daniky's away.
Paul Tonicky's away.
I mean, losing somebody like that, I genuinely think in that second division, he was one of the best players in that division. And losing him, it's a big one.
Mhm.
But you're still there fighting away. They're a team a bit like the Talbot been the last couple of years, where they slow starters predominantly, push on and go and see what they can get.
And see, the thing is, Vela Clyde playing at Fullerton Park, no team likes going there.
No.
No,
so
it's
narrow.
not the best of parks.
It's so narrow, it's so bumpy, it's on that hill as well. They know how to play their strengths there. So if they can keep just picking up the points, they'll be a very, very difficult team to dislodge. But anyway, Renfrew's result was the best result.
I do think in all fairness the Renfrew result is a good one, because my big thought with them getting into last season, and certainly this season, is where's the goals coming from? And they completely proved me wrong last season. But you lose Jojo Gillespie, you lose a lot of the players that were pivotal to that team going up last season, and as you say, a centre half scoring a hat trick, like it's big. And again, like Hurlford, who were in such a good run, like it's one of those. It's very similar to the winning beating Drumchapel result. It's just a freak result you never saw coming.
It's out of nowhere. Yeah.
Like, and I do think again that the Premier Division is going to be there's going to be a lot of these results.
I think Renfrew being in the Premier League this year and without the threat of relegation, I think this is the ideal season that Renfrew went up, because what they'll be able to do is they'll be able to get that experience. They'll have a year behind them. They'll be able to attract other players next year because they're in the Premier League. Now, we don't pay big money. Renfrew just don't do that. But what they do is they have fantastic facilities. They'll get a fantastic committee. You won't want for anything training gear and getting fed after the games and stuff like that. So that's what attracts players. And they'll get a new surface we'll be moving into in a couple of weeks. So, yep, I think this year for Renfrew is consolidate. We've used that word a couple of times today. Consolidate and then build on it next year, because there'll be 8 teams coming up that you would hope that Renfrew should be able to cope with.
8 teams, the majority of them have played last season, and it'll be interested to see where they're at in terms of are Renfrew better than they were when they were.
I can see Renfrew being hopefully touch wood, I can see Renfrew being a consolidated Premier League team for the next good few years, hopefully.
I'm not sure I agree. I would really hope, because obviously I know you're a Renfrew man. Renfrew's my local team, and I really like Jimmy, and I would want them to do well. I just think that the financial position they're in makes it extremely difficult.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that side of it, but because of where Renfrew were, do you remember the old Western Park and the demise that it went into?
I know. I used to the school discos, jump the wall and go and for a bevy in there before we go to school discos.
So did that. I'm not going to lie. Or we used to jump into the garage and climb the wall and watch the games for nothing. I don't
have any info on this, but Largs 5, Athley 3, like that's
a good result.
Another result, but I don't have any goal scoring info or anything like that.
It's a result that's needed.
But I think Army needed that as well.
Looking down that route, we used to Renfrew, because of the demise that the club was in and the turmoil it was in with the financial situation. The current committee and the people who are involved and the president, etc., they will never allow Renfrew to be in that position ever again.
And that's fair enough.
And that is good financial management.
That's fair enough. But as long as the club
exists,
they exist. And see, to be honest, see if they bounce up and down for the first division in the Premier League, they have successful seasons and no successful seasons. I think they would accept that. I think that's a fair place for Renfrew to be. I think so. But look, on the Largs one, that's a really big result for them, because it's been a bit slow start, Scott.
Now, I think as well, like, their aside, Army's just done so well at kind of solidifying them as a stable club that they are a side that I think they will be quite happy to finish 8th. I think from what I've been told, and again, like somebody can correct me here, but I think they're going to have maybe a wee bit of an issue getting a licence. I know they're looking for funding for it. So whether they maybe wait a year and look at it, I don't know. But my thought with Largs is they'll be more than happy to just have a solid season again.
Well, I know that they were. I helped Arnie out with his testimonial, and they were getting the floodlights put in that week.
Right.
The floodlights were down there, and I think it was a company from Newcastle, certainly north east of England, were coming up to put it in. So I think they are putting things in place, but it just really depends on them how quick they want to push it.
Well, that's good that you brought it back to that, because it was something I wanted to ask you, being a man who's in the know in Ayrshire. You started to touch on it with Hurlford. What's the process that you know of for Hurlford to try and get the licence?
I think, from what I was told, and again, I think Troon had a similar issue, and again, this is purely people telling you stuff, this is nobody at the club or anything like that. It depends on, because Hurlford, Troon, I think Beith are the same. I think Beith there's a big issue with like partnership.
They don't own that park.
They don't own that
Council
park.
owned, yeah.
Largs, I don't think are as bad, but Troon and Hurlford, I think the big issue is that the floodlights deflect onto a housing scheme.
Right, yeah.
So you need certain permissions to get that put through. I don't think it'll be an issue, but I think Hurlford and Troon, I think are two sides that I would like to see make that step up, and I hope they get it. But again, what another thing is going to be interesting is that I know there are a few South teams trying to get their licence, and they've been told they need to do so much that they can't do.
Right, okay.
So that's maybe where the 10 teams comes in.
Right.
So
is there anybody in the South that
they'll beat it. Newton Stewart have it, St Cuthbert's, Wigton. I think there's another team, but I know Locker, Abbeyvale, and Nistdale are all trying. So we'll see what happens. We know two are going up. We know two.
Troon with the floodlights, because obviously one side of Troon goes onto the
railway
line.
station.
Yeah.
Is the housing just behind it? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is disappointing if that is. I don't know whether they'd be able to put a partition up that would maybe help. I don't know. It's not something I'm really privy to. You look at like Drumchapel, and I'm hoping to get Talbot on. It's maybe something we can ask them. They've got small things that need to be done, and it's looking very doable for them. We just hope that
I think it's doable for a lot of clubs. I think the big issue is though is that there's a lot of wee things that are fine, but in order for the wee things to get put through, there's this one big thing that is proven harder. But you need to try and get that. If you can get that, everything else will fall into place.
Aye.
But you know how hard that is. At Glenafton, they get theirs. I think because they're in there. There's a housing scheme that was built in front of there, like facing their kind of goal.
Aye,
They managed to get that. That was all sorted. So they're all good. Cumbernauld are fine. I mean, all these sides. St Cadoc's, I didn't get. I don't know how St Cadoc's. Did St Cadoc's get theirs because they share with Benburg?
Yeah, they get theirs through that.
Why has Benburg get theirs then?
I would imagine so.
That's what I was thinking, but I'm pretty sure I heard Benburg didn't have theirs.
Unless then
Maybe it's something in the background that's the issue instead.
But
of
you would
that.
think if they're both at the same ground.
I think through conversations I had, Paul, I think Ben's did apply for it, so I think they have.
Right, okay.
Obviously, it's irrelevant in a sense with the Bens in a footballing perspective because they won't be eligible anyway. But no, I think that we need to try and make sure that it's the best teams from this season that make it up. We don't want to be having a situation where teams maybe get through and default. And
that was the thing. That was the story going about when this was first brought up. Was if 8 teams didn't go up for the Premier, they would just funnel it down. That's wrong. That's not the way to do it.
Yeah, it's got to be done on football meritocracy.
Of course, it is.
It really is. It's got to be about who is the best. And again, I understand they've got to fill the spots. So you're in a rock and a hard place, but you really want the best quality teams. And I hope that Hurlford can get that sorted because I know they took a bit of a do in the day against a mighty Renfrew team, but they're based off of the start of the season. The one
they're definitely contenders. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's more, can they sustain it? Do they have the squad? Like we're talking about a lot of these sides that are definitely promotion contenders. Are they players who can go? Are they squads who have the players to have that depth to go and mount a challenge for promotion? Hurlford, I don't know if that's the case. They're really well coached. They've got 3 or 4 really good bits of talent who can kick them on. It's just that you have that depth of 1 or 2 in the heart. That's the worry.
I know, and that is the issue you face. So I'm sorry, mate. Can I ask you to shut the door because we're probably going to get some licensing issues with Fleetwood Mac playing in the background there. Sadly, Des is going to be leaving us soon. He has to go and pick up somebody. I family friend and he's just too busy for us. But we're going to go to our first manager call of the day, and it will be Tam Devine at Kirkintilloch after their win against St Peter's. So we'll just give Tam a wee call. Tam, how are you doing? It's good to speak to you, mate. You must be really delighted after managing to get 3 points today and continuing your 100% record.
Yeah, boys are absolutely buzzing. Again, quite a stuffy game, just coming out on the right side with a goal in the second half, but that'll be us now. Scottish Cup next week, we're unbeaten in the league at the end of August, so absolutely delighted. As I say, St Peter's made it really difficult today, but it's 3 points and that wee bit of quality coming out with Gary Stewart again was excellent.
When I spoke to you over the last couple of days for your interview, and you mentioned how your squad depth was a big aspect in the fact that you were a lot more consistent this season. Has it started to show you've been getting better attendances at games now that you're becoming, on paper so far, a successful side? The tendencies are they're improving. Certainly there's more people coming up, becoming interested, and I think even when you go on your social medias and you see comments and different people kind of engaging with the club again, and it's been that way with some sponsorship in that as well. At the start of the year, there's a bit more interest about it. So I think Kirkintilloch's always been a traditionally quite well kind of supported kind of semi-pro club, small club, but still been well supported. So I think a lot of people fell away from it, but we're gradually getting back. You're sitting, as we said, 6 wins out of 6, 18 points. Defensively, you've been very sound. Has that been one of the key things for you so far this season, that you've conceded 5 goals in 6 games?
Yeah, I definitely. I think a lot of people kind of probably look at how we've improved in the forward area with the guys we've brought in, but I think you've got to kind of credit there's probably been 5 guys playing across the back, 3 for us, 6, maybe 6, but 3 or 4 of these guys were here last season, and we weren't bad defensively the second half of the season. We were quite solid, and I think they're just now getting the benefits of kind of playing together more and stuff like that. Ollie Grenfell, the co-captain, has been fantastic, absolutely fantastic for us. So, as I say, it's pretty. Gary Black as well. Gary Black's played at a good level. He's come down and kind of got into this for the last 2 seasons. It's nice to see him getting rewards with not losing too many goals, clean sheets and stuff like that. So, really pleased with all aspects of it, as I said to you as well, but we have still got 2 or 3 boys that haven't kicked the ball yet, and I think when they come back, it's going to be really competitive, and I think some of the boys that are still to kick a ball will have a big part of the season to play as well.
Thank you very much for coming on the show. Congratulations, your win again today, and all the best next week. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you plenty of times throughout the season.
Right, cheers, thank you. See you later, guys.
See you later, mate. Well, that is it's been a really, do you know, I'll probably talk about Kirkintilloch quite a lot this season if they can continue this form. I've been really impressed because they were a middle of the road team last season who could go and beat your top teams, but could quite easily go and lose to the bottom teams, and it's quite a turnaround, Scott.
I think so, yeah. I mean, like, it depends on obviously he said about bringing in players that haven't kicked a ball yet. They've still got a few players to come in. Like, how will they fit into the squad? Like, Tam had been there 18 months heading into this season, and they finished 8th last year. And I looked at them as one of the sides who could really kick on, and I thought, is the kind of time right for them to make that step up? 8th gets you promotion, but Tam will be looking at that going, we can go much higher. And we've seen with the start they've had. I think they're definitely the one team in that league at the moment who I don't see being out 8.
Again, I think that you've been spot on when you spoke about the points that might get you up. They are nearly halfway there.
Yeah.
And you're 6 games into the season, Des.
I think Kirkintilloch are, as you said, like Thorn. They're Thorn this year. I think they're the juggernaut that everybody's got to try and stop. They've put together a solid team. And again, it's not just been an overnight sensation. It's been
18 months to get here.
Yeah.
To be an overnight sensation.
Yeah. So yeah, they've done extremely well, and I think it would take don't get me wrong, I don't think they'll go through the whole season unbeaten, because that's very, very difficult to do. But I think it will take a very good team and a very good performance on that day to get the better Kirkintilloch.
I think the 4th division is so nip and tuck as well that you could probably afford to lose 5 or 6, 7 games and still win this league. Now they're in a very, very good position. They're 6 points clear of Irvine Vicks already. You know what I mean? And we're only 6 games in. That is quite a difference. Sadly, we're looking at Yoker 2-0 up now, 2-2 against Sunnybank, and the teams from up north in the Scottish Cup, they were always a team in my playing days that you wanted to get because you knew you were in with a really good shot to win them. Yoker, obviously the new management team and with Dom O'Donnell and stuff, it was really poor for them at the end of last season, but you kind of forgive with mitigating circumstances. This season has started up really well. It's been a surprisingly good season for me, and hopefully they can make it through this one because, just as I said, I've scored. So they're 3-2 up. Pryor has scored, so it's now 3-2 to Yoker, and that's a good result getting them into the third round before the first round's played. So Des, it's time for you to go, mate.
Yes, it is.
You go and do what you need to do, and then we'll see you next week, mate.
Yes, I'll see you next week. Guys, thanks very much for your company.
Pleasure.
I think it's went in absolutely, it's flew in. It's been brilliant.
I think you just wanted to try and one-up me after I left last week, so you're leaving this week.
No, I've got to go and pick up. I've got a family friend coming to visit, so I have to go and collect them from their travelling journey.
Well, you enjoy, mate. Thank you very much for coming in, and we'll catch up with you later on, mate.
I'll speak to you later on. Cheers, guys.
Right, Scott, so you are saying your result of the day, Villa Clyde 4-3 against Darvel. We've touched on Darvel and how we don't believe it's good enough, but where do we stand for this with Darvel? That's quite a worrying run they've had for the last 18 months.
I mean, it's always hard to follow the emperor, as we say, and you think of Darvel, you think of making that famous result, but I think as well the problem they've got is it came down and people are expecting other Darvel. They were, at the top of the mountain 3 years ago. They beat Aberdeen, but I think it's probably the greatest shock in Scottish football history. But there's a reason that it's labelled a shock, as it's not expected. You're not expected to do that every single time, and I think Mick already realised this, and again, I've not spoke to Mick about it, but I would think that's maybe what's went through his head is, no matter what I do here, like I could take Darvel through leagues, I could build a new stand, I could do this and do that. You're never topping that Aberdeen result.
No.
And it's difficult because I really like Mick Oliver as a manager, but it's a completely different set of circumstances, a completely different squad. What is success for Darvel this season? Because at the moment, I don't think they'll be happy with it, or certainly won't be happy where they are, but I think it's a very difficult kind of time to turn that round, especially in a league which is so cutthroat. You can, if you go on a bad run, you need that 4 or 5 winning run to get back where you want to be. And are they capable of that with the squad? I mean, the squad, I'm just looking at the squad they had out today. That's a team that should be good enough to win that game, beat Villa Clyde. No disrespect to Villa Clyde, but like Jamie Bowman's in there, Daniel Burns, Conor McGlinchey, like
it's a squad that you would expect to be able to at least be very, very competitive at the top end of that table. But we will come back to that. We're going to go to Bells Hill manager Johnny Fallon after the 4-1 win today.
Hello.
Johnny, how you doing? Thanks very much for coming on the show.
No worries, no bother.
Another really good one for you guys. Makes it 6 wins in the bounds. Great signing in Callum Graham coming in. Scores on his debut. You must be really pleased with that.
Delighted, mate. We obviously had me really trained with the group and just kind of met a lot of the boys. Even a few of the squad anyway, we kind of met most of them just pre-game. So, obviously delighted that he's off and running and scores one and makes one as well, which obviously really pleased. Always a hard place to go. Larkhall kind of 1-0 half time, the game's still in the balance, but really happy with the quality in the final third that they can go and get us over the line and get the goals we needed. So delighted.
What's been the big change? We were talking in the studio about the fact that you've got guys like Graham Gracie scoring goals, you've got PJ scoring goals, and now you've got Callum Graham coming in. Has that been the big change, or has there been changes elsewhere that have really kicked you on for last season, which was obviously your first season and was a bit of a struggle at times?
I obviously just joined the club in January. So you came in January from St Anthony's. I suppose for last season, I think we won chance for kind of 14 games. At that 14, we only lost 4 at the tail end. you know. So towards the end of the season, we did pick up just a bit of change, really, kind of fitness levels. Added a few boys last year, kind of offered us a wee bit more kind of in the wider areas. Paddy Queen, Jack Campbell, boys like that came in. PJ, again with PJ getting fit makes a massive difference to his game because he's quality. And then obviously in the summer signing Andy Duffy for shots. Brought in two lads, obviously Taylor Crawford and Lee Haddon, who played junior, but they were with Pader, who were one of the kind of top amateur sides, you know, got the Scottish Cup final this year. So I just adding a bit of depth really to the group has made a big difference, especially through the month of August, which was a massive part of what I said when I came in, just, you know, about booking holidays and all this about this time of the year, which is difficult for guys, you know, still got families and trying to plan and go away, and we're probably holding heavier numbers than we would like at this point in time, but you know, kind of the guys, the squad depth is paying off really, because of 3 missing again today, you know, kind of Paddy, Tiny and Big and Lee kind of missing, and we're still able to go away from home and pick up a result like that, so we can't complain.
Look, Johnny, congratulations on your result, congratulations on the start of the season, and hopefully you enjoy the show with Johnny tomorrow, and we'll catch up with you soon, mate.
No worries, great stuff. Thanks for the call. Take care. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Well, we're going to go straight to Alan McCluskey, assistant manager at Auchinleck Talbot, after their fantastic result against Troon, winning 5-2 at Portland Park, which not many teams will do. If you want to ask him.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Alan. How you doing? How are you feeling after that fantastic 5-2 win at Troon?
Oh, we're delighted. It's always great that no matter the game to go back up the road on a Saturday night with 3 points. Boys done well, so over the moon at this moment, so yeah.
You've went. Troon is a difficult place to go. You've gone 1 down reasonably early on. You must have been really pleased with the response for the boys, managing to get themselves 2-1 up just before half time.
Well, to be honest with you, Troon deservedly went 1-0 up. We actually, Tommy said just before they scored, they're due to score here, and then we changed the shape a wee bit, and obviously get 2 goals just before half time. The ball pretty much was black and blue, I think, for the first 35 minutes, and we eventually get the ball down, and Big Kyle scored a good goal for the edge of the box, and then just before half time, Ross Clark had a nice 1-2 with Ewan in the box, and that took us in 2-1 at half time, so it was a bit of a relief, to be honest, to get in 2-1 up.
Alan, it's Scott for SM Media. I just wanted to ask a wee question just about the kind of spread of goals in the side so far this season. Like, obviously, Connor Boyd scoring a hat-trick will be something that is massive for you in terms of bringing in that kind of focal point number 9 striker. But you said about Ross Clark scoring as well. Was that something at the start of the season you felt was massive to get that kind of whole squad chipping in the goals?
Oh, I mean, that's Ross scored 2, and we've been sent to Ross and Scott. We need the full backs higher up the park, and the 2 of them get bags of energy. And then obviously from midfield, we've got a talented load of midfield players that are all capable of scoring goals, and we're certainly on the front foot in terms of numbers of goals at the moment, and long may it continue.
Alan, we've touched on the show quite a few times since he's signed. How much of an impact has Luke Main made at the club?
Oh, he's an Auchinleck type player. He's strong, physical, and he helps his teammates enormously. And he had a great game today, to be honest. He pulls everybody together, and maybe we're a growing team. We've had a lot of youth in there, and adding his experience has definitely helped everybody around about him.
Alan, I'll let you go and enjoy your weekend, but before I do, Johnny Bailey, who obviously is doing a show for us on the channel, was doing watching today, filling us in. That's 2 games he's made for you guys, and you have scored 12 goals in those 2 games. So I'm hoping that you could maybe sort him out with a pie next time he's doing at Talbot Park.
You sure Johnny needs pies? Lettuce.
I'll make sure you pass that with him. Alan, thanks for coming on the show, and enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, Alan.
Cheers, guys. Andrews. Bye.
Oh, Johnny. Look, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the Drumchapel United manager, Adam Hawkes, on after their 1-1 draw with Cumbernauld. We'll be right back after these. Tam Divineham, we've had Johnny Fallon of Bells Hill, and then we just had the assistant manager at Auchinleck Talbot, Alan McCluskey on. Now we're going to go quickly, or shortly, we're going to go to Adam Hopes after their 1-1 draw at Cumbernauld, the Drumchapel United manager. But remember, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396717412. That's 07396717412. Just give us a wee message if you want to come on, and we'll give you a call back. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at SatFootball Live, or you can get us in the comment section of YouTube. Don't hesitate to ask myself or Scott anything that you're interested in knowing, or any points of view you want to put across to us. Now, we're just going to go to Adam Hopes. Hopey, 1-1, final minute goal. How do you feel after that today?
I'm obviously delighted to take something to the game, but I don't think anybody could question that, to be honest with you. There wasn't really much in the game between the two sides, but in regards to chances, we probably had the best chances of the game, and Blair Curry's had two terrific saves. It's obviously kept his team in it, but look, we've extended the gap with Cumbernauld, so we'll take it.
6 games into the season, you've only lost one. Very similar start to last year. You must be really pleased with the fact that it's not looking like it's been a one-season wonder. You're establishing yourself as a top half team in the Premier League.
Well, I don't want to get too carried away, but you obviously know me, PG, and a lot about the drum, and I think it's fair to say we've progressed every year. And obviously that won't change. We're always looking to be better than we were the year before, and obviously we started well. And listen, we're still not the finished article, but we're certainly showing good symptoms at times. And we'll take it, and we'll move on to the shots next week with Scottish Junior Cup.
Hopey, we were talking on the show about clubs trying to get themselves licensed to get themselves promoted and finish in the top 8. How is that going for you guys so far?
Say it again, PG, sorry.
We were talking earlier on the show about clubs trying to get licensed to get themselves in the top 8 and get into the West Lowland League next season. How are you guys looking in that position?
Absolutely fine. I don't see any issues. We obviously went for an audit last season, and there was a couple of things that obviously didn't meet the criteria. And you might laugh when I tell you, but one of them was a first shower head in the changing rooms, which is a wee bit mad when you go to some of the places that are licensed. And we also give every team two changing rooms, so that would make 8. However, that was one of them. And the other thing was a spectator barrier behind the 2 goals, which obviously we've sorted out. So We've met the requirements that we were told, so I would be astonished if in January 2026 Drumchapel weren't a licensed club.
Well, hopefully that is the case. Thank you very much for giving us up your time, mate, and have a good weekend.
You too, mate. Thanks.
Well, it looks like they're going to be all right to get themselves into the West Lowland League next season if they continue. Just looking at this Premier League, so Talbot sitting on 18 points, Troon on 15, Glenafton doing well to turn it around the day. They're sitting on 13, Hurlford on 12 after their defeat, Drumchapel on 11, Largs on 9, Cumbernauld on 8, and a wee surprise package there is in 8th place is Glencairn sitting on 7 points. I don't think that's the top 8 that's going to finish the season, but it's looking promising for some of the teams in there, particularly Hurlford and Glenafton.
Yeah, especially obviously as well, Rutherglen losing their first 3. Well, I think they've won the last 2. I think they lost. Well, they drew with Drumchapel first games. They lost the 3 after that, and then two games at home. And it is the home games for those type of clubs that are going to make all the difference. Glenafton, I think, is incredible to come for 2-0 down to win 3-2. Mick Mullen with a hat trick, and even though a disappointing day for Hurlford, you would imagine that Hendo's in there looking, going, right, let's not let this kind of define us. I'm looking at the kind of teams below the kind of top 8 and thinking who can break into it. The obvious one's Johnson Borough, but other than that, you're like, it's difficult to see like Beith sitting bottom of the league. Like, again, very difficult for them, but there's a lot of those teams in the kind of top 8 that you're no surprised are there.
No, it's because you look at the one that really surprises, or the only one that surprises me as it stands, it's not there, is Johnson Borough. That really surprises me, and that was a massive result for Pollock today, and I think that Maxie's got to take great hope for the fact that they've picked up 6 points in the last 3 games, which that type of form could get you into the top 8. They're now in a position where they're maybe looking to try and push on to it.
And they're away, again, they've won. Their 2 wins have been away from home against Rutherglen and Johnson Borough, where I think they've been behind in both games.
Definitely.
So to show that kind of level of fight back is only a positive, and that's a massive result today, beating Johnson Borough. Like, obviously, it'll be disappointing for Johnson Borough, but not a lot of people would have fancied Pollock to win that game. So to do that, I think it's incredible.
I know, particularly like you said, going away from home is quite a result. Couple of goals coming in the lower league. Berwick Rangers have got it back to 3-2. That's quite a turnaround for them. Albion Rovers have scored to make it 1-1 against Gretna. And I did see another one, but I looked to have missed it. It is now 5-0 to Clydebank against Troon. So it's gone from good to better for Clydebank, but bad to worse for Troon. And that's a massive result for Clydebank to continue the run of form, putting pressure on Linlithgow above them.
Statement, just a massive statement for them today. Like, Clydebank, that's the sort of result that Moff will be looking at going, that's the result. You go up promotion, that's the sort of result you look at and go, that's a kind of statement one where we've got this, we are promotion contenders, we can do this. Because Moff is a very kind of down to earth person. He won't have had the opinion that a lot of us would have had, that you can go straight up. He'll have been looking at it going, right, we need to get the first kind of 10 games out of the way, but then you go and beat your kind of who a lot of people think your closest contenders 5-0 with 10 men. I think it's an incredible result, and that's the sort of result I can see kind of kicking Clydebank going, and I'd be stunned if I'm not.
It's the amount of goals Clydebank have scored this season as well. I mean, that takes them up to 17 goals. Granted, we're talking about Linlithgow, who I believe have still 1-0 to them, so that's 25 goals in 7 games, which is massively impressive. But look, we're moving on to the first division in the West. Gartcairn and St Rochs have now overtaken Irvine Meadow. Gartcairn sitting on 13, St Rochs on 12, Meadow on 12, but the Rock have played a game less than Gartcairn and the Meadow. I'm a wee bit surprised with the Rock start. I feel that they're a team who have maybe let themselves down a wee touch in the last couple of years, where they've had spells where they've been very impressive, and then they lose games, multiple games where you think they really shouldn't be losing them. But this has been a really encouraging start for Ian Kennedy and his team. Yeah,
4 wins for 4 games, 13 goals, 1-3-1 at home today. We know what the home ground, we know that it's a fortress, it's a difficult place to go for anybody. The crowd's against you. So to have that kind of backing that they do, I think really good. And again, like just looking through the kind of goal scorers today, Aidan Callaghan scored a double, Jack McElveen scored as well. But I really like Evan Galasso's there as well. Obviously, Lewis is there with his dad. And they're just kind of sorted, they're kind of stacked in every area of the park. Like, I just think St Roch, are just a side I can't see past. They're solid, well coached.
Do you think they've enough to win the league this season?
Maybe not win the league, but in terms of promotion, like I'm viewing it as if you can get that top 5, that's kind of where I see St Roch this season. I don't see them being out of that.
No, I think that if they didn't make the top 8, I would be extremely surprised. But I agree, they're top 5 team. Club we touched on earlier, Ardrossan, I think it's been a really strong start to the season for them as well. And that 10 points, it's given them that cushion. They're now sitting 4 points safe in that top 8 zone, and it's really encouraging for Gavin Fields.
Yeah, and a big game for them coming up on Saturday there at home to St Roch, so that'll be a big test for both teams just in terms of where they're at. I think with Ardrossan though, like my thought with them was that they'd lost so much firepower up front. It's like, how do they replace that? But and even like Finlay Fry as well, not having him I think is a big one. But Sam McKee coming in for Glenafton, I think they're in a really good position. And again, Gavin Fields is just so well respected, and rightly so. And I just hope they can maintain it. But I think Saturday's a massive game for both clubs.
It'd be quite interesting to see how next season plays out, because obviously, and it's something that we're going to touch on for the whole year on the show, and you'll be talking about it in your shows, and Johnny and Paul will be talking about it on theirs, where I wonder, it's something I've been thinking about, is I wonder what the quality of the Premier League will be like next season. It's almost like another first division.
Aye.
Then it feels like teams will be saying, oh, we're in the Premier League, but I wonder if it, not that they'll care ultimately, but it feels slightly diminished because it's no a real Premier League, if you get my meaning.
It's more, I think the kind of Lowland League West is going to be your kind of Premier Division, and then it's the Premier Division next season. I don't know what they're going to do with it, to be honest. I don't think anybody really does. But the Premier Division will feel like what the First Division's been. Like you've got 8 teams who maybe weren't good enough to get into the top flight, and then you've got the kind of rest who, like the 8 teams that go up. And looking at the teams who we think are going to go up, like Irvine Meadow, Gartcairn, St Roch's, Ardrossan, Neilson, Petershill, even if if Darvel or teams like kind of Rob Roy, Darvel, Benburg can claw it back. A lot of these are Premier Division sides, so you know that what you're going to get here. And I'm very intrigued to see what happens, but I think that, the First Division is always one of the best leagues to watch. But there's a few sides who can go under the radar, like Neilston, good result for them as well. Like where they're at is going to Kirkintilloch winning 2-1 is a good result. Like it's going to be interesting, and I think it's obviously that league is so competitive. It's going to go all the way. Do you know what I mean? That's no.
What's your thoughts on Peterhill? For me, Petershill are very much the bridesmaids. They, for years gone by, were a massive club at this level. They were a Premier League team for a long time. They've been in the First Division for quite a few seasons now. They look like they're going to threaten to get back out of it every now and again, and then they fall flat in their face. And this season, they've started pretty much like the last few years. 6 games played, 2 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats, 16 goals for, 18 goals against. They're a team who might make it in, but the fact that we are talking about them and I'm saying they might make it in, that's quite worrying for them, that they're not a team that we're going, nah, you can hang your hat on Petershill, they'll be in the Premier League next season.
And like Robbie Young scoring a hat-trick today, they don't win. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the sort of thing. And you look at Petershill results this season. I'm just going to run through them here. 4-3 at home to Benburg, lose 5-2 away to St Roch's, 5-4 at home to Thornleywood, and then 3-3 today. They're scoring goals, but they're conceding. And
that's not the form of a team who are going to win it.
Especially in a league, especially in this league, and we talk about it so often, where it's you need to go on that run. I always go back to when Benburg. Remember when Benburg were like 13th after like 9 games, and I think they won like 8 in a row before you out of the 4th. And you're like, that's what this league is, and that's what I'm saying about that kind of 45 points thing, because there's going to be so many tight results. If you get that 45 point barrier, I don't see
particularly in this division
getting that.
Because actually, if we look and see what 45 points would have got you last year in this league, because this league is a bit different from the rest of my eyes, and it's very much so 45 points. 45 points would have got you 8th place.
Mhm.
So there you go. That is the marker. 45 points would have got you 8th place. Cumbernauld finished 8th with 44. Rob Roy 9th on 43. That would be enough, and I believe again that's enough, because you even look at Alfred last year, who were
60.
They won the league by 2 points, but
Right.
it was a 2 point. Well, they were kind of comfortable for a long time, and then they had a wee blip at the end of the season. Only won 18 out of 30 games. That's the type of league it is where you can win less than 2/3 of your game and still win the league.
And that's what I'm thinking as well, especially with the top two, where I think the top two are so tight. Auchinleck could run away with it, but I don't think Auchinleck are going to win the league by 10, 12 points unless they have a superhuman season, which they're capable of doing. But there's just so many teams around them who can push them. The other kind of like the second, third, and fourth, I think you're maybe leaning towards that 50, because you might have a few teams who could run up. The Talbot are doing it, Bellshill are doing it. You might need that extra kind of 5 points just to guarantee it. But it's just about that start. Like the teams who are starting well in this league, in these leagues, usually are there at the end.
I think so as well. Unless, like you touched on the Benburg one where they had the impressive run of results, and that is at this level. I think if you win 5 or 6, you can go for nowhere and be right in the mix. You touch on the Talbot, you don't think that they'll win it by a large margin, and I tend to agree, but I don't believe that the Premier League's quite as strong as the Premier League was last year. I think that based on what we've seen so far, the Talbot do look a bit ahead of everybody else.
And you look, and what Alan's saying there about like you try to get the fullbacks up the park, and Luke Main, the kind of presence he's made. They've made those kind of couple of additions that just make them so much better. And I know that sounds like easy, but sometimes it is. Sometimes it is just you need the couple of kind of wee gems just in there. I think Auchinleck, I mean, that was the kind of one the day I was like totally reserving my will they run away with it. They go and score 5 goals away from home. You're like, and you know what Tucker's done at this level for many, many years. And they've not won the league in about 4 or 5 years.
Like, and do you know what was quite interesting? Something that when I said it, that kind of caught my attention. He said that Troon deserved to go ahead, and he said then we decided to make a change the formation, and then games changed. And that's where I know from personal experience, Tucker is not a proper training ground manager. He's not that type of guy, but Alan and Tucker have got that experience, and they know when to change games. They know, and again, Alan nailing the heads is completely what we've been saying. Luke Main is an Auchinleck Talbot type of player, and that's the physicalness, the driving. That's what I mean. That's the guys I played against was Butch, Whitey, Spenny, Latta, Gav Collins. You know what I mean? Guys like that were just absolute monsters at the level. And I think they've got a bit of that back this year. And you've even added in, like, look, I've mentioned him a few times, Luke Gillis, who is now maybe 20-year-old, 21-year-old, has got 60 games under his belt for the Talbot, and he's now becoming an established player, and it makes a huge difference.
I just see Tucker just going through this kind of journey, which he builds these sides that are just, everything fits. And when you have that, you can take on anybody. And even when they won the league, they were winning trophies. Like, I think they maybe had one trophy this season.
It was 2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago. And either won the cup, and they had the kind of disappointing pre-season, but pre-season is out the window. See when you're on this run of form. And you've got Kyle McAvoy, Connor Boyd, their defence, I think their defence is the best in the league. They're just absolutely stacked, and I just don't see past them.
I would agree. Looking at the bottom end of the table, Beeve, league champions 2 years in a row, and we know there was changes there for whatever reason. Straney's left, and I think it's testament to how good a manager Straney is, because you got 4th in the league with Kilwinning. He leaves. The next season they get relegated. He wins back-to-back titles with Beeve. He leaves. They're a mid-table team, and we're now at the stage where Beeve are at the foot of the table. 1 win from 5. Unfortunate today after being ahead, but Glenafton shown a bit of quality in getting the win. What do we think for Beeve? What does Mick Dunlop have to do to get himself and be out of where they are just now?
I think it's a difficult one. Like, I actually looked at their business and someone thought it was smart. Like bringing Thomas Collins for Clydebank, great for Thomas to get some minutes. They brought in Alan Cook, Robert Thompson, Ross Davidson, Scott Rumsby, Elaine McGonigal. Just a lot of experience, and Tom Collins is obviously like similar age as well. Like, but it just has been a difficult start. But you going 2-0 up at home, away from home against Glenafton. Like, you need to see that game out, especially when other teams round about you're winning. It'll be a sore one for Mick, but I think again, Mick's done really well. We've done really well at Gartcairn, and he'll be hoping he might need to bring in a couple more players who help him out in certain areas. I think they're maybe light in certainly they look light up front, even though they've got like Bob Thompson and Thomas Collins. James Finlay as well coming in for Cumbernauld. I thought that was a great signing, but they maybe need more legs. They maybe need just a couple of more energy. Is that maybe why they were 2-0 up today? I don't know. I haven't seen the game, but I'll speak to people about it. And my kind of initial thought is that our B's kind of running out of steam.
It does appear that way. Even that the day where you've got the lead and then you go and lose it where Glenafton are a team who are on up and manage to take that back. And
Glenafton got a lot of energy.
Exactly, and it's huge. It's huge at this level. Gretna scored a 90th minute goal against Albion Rovers, so that is 2-1 to Gretna. Albion Rovers, Nathan Brown with a goal there. Oh, sorry, my mistake. 2-1 to Albion Rovers against Gretna. 2-1 to Albion Rovers. I've managed to nick what looks like 3 points from Nathan Brown with a goal there. Clydebank full time, so that's 5-0 against Troon. Keir Sampson double, Aaron Black, Neil McLaughlin, and Jimmy Grant sees the Bankies get 5 points there. It's interesting this season. I'm kind of struggling with where certain teams will finish and how it will play out. But what team for you have been a surprise package this season?
Grab one each division.
Go for it.
Hurlford probably Premier Division, just because I didn't think they were going to be up to much at all. I thought if they get top 8 it'd be massive, and they've got 12 points already. You'd imagine they'll be up there. First Division I'll probably go with Drossen. I think just again, like they're maybe a side that I didn't see kicking on the way they have, but they've been pretty good so far this season. Cumbernauld have actually impressed me in there as well. Second Division, Cambuslang. I think Cambuslang have bought it.
Cambuslang for me is one where I had completely written them off. They've had 2 really bad years. I completely written them off in the prediction show we did. And then they had the great start, but they've lost 3 in the bounce now. And that's maybe a worrying one for me. Maybe the great start, but reverting to type. I think you can't overlook Bellshill for
no,
the
you can't.
division. I think
a lot of people thought Bellshill would be up there. I don't think they saw them winning their first 6 games. Maryhill, based on the kind of start they had as well, they get beaten relatively comfortably for Bellshill. I heard at the start of the month, and they've scored 14-17 goals in 3 games.
Aye.
And Mark needs that kind of wee bounce as well, because I think they've been kind of Ozzy for a couple of years, and Mark's a really good coach and really underrated. Third Division, Glasgow Uni.
Definitely.
Great start.
Definitely.
I think they are really impressing me so far. And I think Fourth Division, Royal Albert winning again, like winning 3-2 away to Rossvale. That's them up to third.
Do you know, for me, Royal Albert were one that I really thought they were going to kick on this season, and I thought they'd be a potential contender for the league, which it might have been the case in normal circumstances, but Kirlook might run away with this with how they're going. The one for me that really disappoints me in this division is, well, there's 2 actually, and they're sitting 14th and 15th, is Giffnock and St Peters. I know Tam was saying that St Peters were quite stuffy today and hard to beat. I really expected more from them, but Giffnock, it's one for me where I really don't think it's been good enough. You've not won a game yet. They've got good coaches there, but do you know who's been a wee bit of a surprise back in the 4th division? BSC. Sitting in 7th place. What's turnaround?
I spoke to Barry McColgan, who's taken over there, and he said, listen, we've got a really good youth set up. We've not been at our best the past few years, and there seems to be just a complete clean break and a fresh start. And you look at them so far, and you think that's exactly what it looks like. And again, like it's fine having a lot of young players, but you need them all to link well. You need them all to set up the way they have. And they seem to be pretty good. And it's a division to do it in as well, because there's a lot of teams try to do the same thing, with implement young players and coming for 20s and coming for amateur. And if you can do it, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm not going to guarantee they'll be top 8, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're close.
They've lost 1 and 5. For me, that's form that puts you in there. They're already, after 5 games, have 5 points more than 30 last season.
Exactly.
And the fact that they're only conceded 2 goals a game on average this season, when last season, I don't know, it must have been 6 or 7 a game they were conceding. So it's definitely been a massive improvement. And Wishaw starting to come back into a wee touch as well. East Kilbride YM starting to come in. It's quite interesting.
I've got to be honest, when I heard he was going into Wishaw, I was like, I'm very surprised at that kind of whole direction of getting Paul Wright in and Alan Robertson. But Neil getting in there obviously is kind of head of recruitment. There seems to be a bit of a structure. They've had a really bad few years.
And awful.
If Paul Wright has the spark, obviously, like, they look to have recruited quite, brought in a few experienced boys. I know there's a few young boys there as well for last season who've stayed on. It's just as well, can they kick on? Can they turn that lot going down? Can you just turn that round and be up there?
It's definitely a hard one. And look, we're into the last couple of minutes for the show. Scott, I really appreciate you coming on today. It's been a great chat with yourself and Des. What's on the cards for SM Media then?
Got a few things lined up. Obviously, we'll be doing West. The takeaways will be on Tuesday with the West of Scotland. We'll do the kind of 5 big results of Copperai, and there'll be a round up on Friday where we'll take a look. We're going to do a wee kind of catch up overall. We're at that kind of stage in kind of end August where the leagues are beginning to take shape. We'll maybe get a wee catch up, and then it'll be kind of back to normal for kind of September onwards.
I do think that we're now at the stage where the leagues have found, it's taken 3 or 4 years, but the leagues have found their level. Everybody's found roughly where they're supposed to be, which obviously was a big thing when the conferences were in, where you were, the gaps between certain
Wait till
teams.
next season, we'll be back to normal. I don't think it'll be quite. I think it will be. I think as well that there's eight teams going up. Those 8 teams will be there in merit. The 8 teams for the division higher up. It's just though, do they know completely what the setup is? That's my worry. Like, is it going to be exactly what it says in the tin? I have my doubts, but we'll see what happens. But hopefully, they can kind of get it right, because I think if we can get a competitive West of Scotland at all levels, I think it's better for everybody.
I would tend to agree as well. I think that we're very much in the case that we don't know quite what's happening. But look, before we finish up, PG versus the pundits. Clydebank, we were both right. Talbot, we were both right. You guys were right with Gartcairn. We were wrong with the draw with Blantyre and Thorn. I don't actually know how that finished, so we'll have a wee look at that, because we both maybe overlooked it. Blantyre got the win on that one. So wrong there. Port, we're both right. Kaluk, we're right. So well done to you guys. You've pulled it back. 1-1. I need to up my game. We'll need to have a word with Des, because that was a shambles of a quiz this week. And I hope he's listening. Because that was shocking. But look, we're nearly time to finish up. Thank you very much for tuning in today, everybody. Thanks for all your comments. Hopefully you'll be back with us next week. I'd like to thank Des as always for being on the show. Big thank you to Scott for joining us. Make sure you check out SM Media and watch Johnny's show tomorrow night with Johnny Fan. So thank you very much and take care. Have a good one.
Oh my.